All right, Chad, what's going on? How's the audio sounding? It's gonna be a fun stream, chat. Yeah. All right, so I think what we're gonna do. I originally had 50 top best One Piece characters, but I think we're gonna do 75 because, I'm looking at the list and everything, and it's just there is so many characters to go through. So I think we'll do top here. Let me add a few rows. Oh, what color? Blue. And then we could do pink. Sure. Alright, that should be good. So what is this? Now I gotta do blue. There we go. Alright, so what's going on, chat? How's everybody doing today? Man, I always want to do one of these streams though. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. But now that we're streaming, we can finally get into it. Alright, so we need now 51 to 60. And then we're gonna need one more then. 61 to 70. And then add one more. We'll do purple. All right. So 71 through 75. All right, chat. So how this gonna work is I'm gonna be giving my list, right? We're gonna be going through all these characters, and whenever I can't make a decision between two characters, you guys are going to be helping me out to make this list as well. So if I can't decide between two characters, it's going to chat. And man, I just can't wait to start, man. I can't wait to start. So and also you guys can decide what characters we start with, and I'll be asking you guys. So right off the bat, which character do you want to start with? I'm thinking we start out with somebody like Shanks top 1 in the chat. I see that, yeah. I mean, he's going to be pretty high up, I'm assuming, but I'm not the biggest Shanks stan like some people. So we'll have to wait and see, but let's see. You think we should start out with Shanks? I mean, I'm down for it. Let's go. Let's find Shanks. I try to put all the most important characters at the top here, but I didn't have enough time to get through everyone. But I think I organized it pretty decently. We'll start out with Shanks. Alright, I'm assuming for me somewhere around 20 to 30 for Shanks. Like I said, I love Shanks, man. And I wasn't a huge Shanks fan, I'll say, until we saw him against Kid. Because I feel like there was so much build up for Shanks, but that moment really solidified that Oda knows what he's doing with him. And it really paid off the hype, and it even exceeded my expectations for Shanks. So I think ever since that moment, I've just been a huge fan. Because, like, Oda had a lot of build-up with Shanks ever since the very first chapter, right? We saw him. And it's like, but can he really come through with what we want to see? And so the fact that he really pulled it off, I mean, I was just amazed. Because that was my one concern with Shanks for a while. But moving forward, I mean, if now that we know that Shanks is tied to Elbaf, it's just, I just can't wait to see more of his character, man. Like, he's very powerful, but also just the fact that he is so tied to Luffy, it's gonna be fun to finally see him in a full arc. Alright, so let's go on to the next character. Oh, Shanks was on Fraud Watch, Lil Bro one shot Kid and Killer. But Kid is strong, man, because if you think about it, he fought against Big Mom, Kaido, even Killer was on the rooftop. Like, I mean, yeah, like I feel like Kaido is definitely getting them out there. Like, I feel like Kaido is not going to struggle with either Kid or Killer, right? Just like Shanks. But at the same time, they are strong. And if the way I think about the thing with Kid is, like, Kid charged up his most powerful attack, right? And so if he didn't do that, I mean, he had no. Kid couldn't even respond, right? Like we know, like he doesn't have the speed to the reaction time to respond to what Shanks did. But even if he did, I mean, he's charging up this attack, so he's really just stuck in between launching this attack, and there's nothing he can really do defensively. He's like Shanks is launching an attack against someone who's not even blocking or defending in any way, or any shape or form of a defensive of like a block or just even trying to dodge, right? Kid can't dodge in that situation. And so that's the way I looked at it, but it's still, man, it was still like one of the best moments that we saw for Shanks by far. I mean, oh my goodness, bro. The fact that, because it's such a difference between Kaido and Shanks. Kaido, he plays around with his food a little bit, but Shanks, I mean, he comes in here, and we know he's done it before because that's how Kid lost his arm. So the fact that he did it again, I mean, this guy is just ruthless, bro. Yeah, I love Shanks. So what character should we do next, chat? Let's see. Killer was able to legitimately hurt Kaido. Only a few characters could do that. Yo, that scene of Killer spinning his blades while he's running on the dragon is one of the coolest moments in Wano. Really underrated scene, too. Fought but didn't win over them with help, gravity, and for the supernovas. That's true. That's true. Hey, by the way, make sure you like this stream. We got 25 people in here. Let's get to at least 20 likes right now. Everybody like the stream, and then we'll really get into this. We got a lot of characters to get through, so I kind of want to, Oh, you want to do Kuma next? Fraud Hog next. Fraud Hog. Yo, we should do Shanks and Mihawk right next to each other. That'll be funny, yeah. All right, we'll do Mihawk. And this, I think this will definitely shock people, okay? I get a lot of hate for, I've been a little bit unfair to Mihawk recently when it comes to power scaling. But I'm just the thing with me is though, like, Mihawk is still, I love Mihawk, man. Like, he's one of my favorite characters, and he's always been one of my favorite characters. The only problem is that he never really did anything after that big moment with Zoro in the first time we saw him. But yeah, I gotta put Mihawk over Shanks. Despite me thinking that Shanks is stronger, Mihawk is just a cooler character, bro. It's like he comes in here, his opening sequence with Zoro, and has one of the greatest moments. Right, that was the first time where I'm like truly invested in One Piece. I'll be honest, I didn't like One Piece that much until Mihawk arrived, and when he arrived, it was like the whole idea of One Piece changed in my mind, because now we saw there are these powerful characters just roaming throughout the seas. These pirates who, like, Mihawk just pulled up on a little rowboat, and he just, like, the fact that they say he destroyed an entire fleet of Don Krieg's fleet. Then he comes in here and Zoro is striving to be the world's strongest swordsman, and you see him completely destroy Zoro's dreams. And Zoro still has the mental toughness to have the honor to, like, he's like, I don't want to take wounds to the back. And he lets him hit him in the chest. And Mihawk saw that in him, and I just love the whole dynamic with Zoro and Mihawk. I think also with Zoro, it's like, without Mihawk, his goal just doesn't feel as impactful. Zoro's character isn't as important, or it isn't as good as it would be without Mihawk, right? Like, Mihawk, they work as a duo is the fact that, like, we know Mihawk will be important later in the series for Zoro, but also, like, they just go hand in hand, man. And I'm really a fan of that cool, I love swordsmen as well, in not even just in One Piece, in anime, man. I love swords as like a weapon. It's just always been the coolest thing. And this guy's walking around with Yoru, this giant like cross-shaped sword. It's just, Mihawk is incredible, man. Amazing design. He has some really cool lines, pulls up to Shanks, and it's just everything about him, man. And now we find out that he's a former bounty hunter like Zoro, hunting down Marines and stuff. It's like, man, I can't wait to see it. Just like I want to see Shanks, I want to see Mihawk. And even more so for Mihawk, because I'll say one thing with Mihawk is that he has legitimately disappointed me in Marineford, right? Like, he was one of my top 5 favorite characters, maybe even top 3 until that point, because in Marineford, he didn't do what I wanted to see, but it's alright. I still believe in Mihawk. even though people say, I've been on the Shanks hype too much lately. I'm a Mihawk fan at heart. Yeah, Mihawk was disrespected in Marineford, man, because you got all these warlords coming in, and they're being hyped up to no end, man. Like Boa Hancock, Mihawk, Kuma, all these guys are being so hyped up from the point of like Thriller Bark all the way to Marineford. And Mihawk was already being hyped up, and then the fact that Mihawk didn't show anything, like any interesting moments, like any really hype scenes, and Shanks comes in for 5 seconds and is already like, he's already stealing the show. Yeah, I agree. Mihawk was disrespected completely, man. It's the only bad thing of Marineford. All right, so what character should we do next? Fujitora. Fujitora, top 1. Top 1 is kind of crazy, man. I love Fujitora as well. I'm not opposed to doing Fujitora. Preach, Mihawk is stronger than Shanks, but you cannot admit it. I can't believe you have Rayleigh, Big Mom, Shiki, and Shanks over Mihawk. Well, okay, so the thing with that was, like, I really do love Mihawk, right? But at the same time, I love Rayleigh. I love Rayleigh as well. Shiki, a Yonko of the sea. At least Yonko tier character, man. It took Garp and Sengoku to get him out of there. And, and we can argue maybe Garp would have a chance against Shiki. I agree. But at the end of the day, man, it took two Admiral level characters. And we haven't really seen too much with Shiki, but just from what we know, fighting Sengoku and Garp at the same time, yeah, he lost, but, fighting Roger, right? Fighting the Roger pirates and challenging them, being a Rocks pirate as well, so he's fighting against Whitebeards, Big Moms all the time, constantly. When was the last time Mihawk's been in a real fight? See, that's my problem with Mihawk, right? It's like, Shanks is out here challenging Kaido, Whitebeard. He's not afraid to go up against anybody. It's like, he goes up against the Marines. He's like, bro, Shanks told the entire Marines, we're ready to fight all of you and the Blackbeard pirates. So, the thing is with Mihawk is, like, it almost feels like he's been retired for too long for me. Well, I feel like Shanks and Rayleigh, they were all fighting until the day they died. For Rayleigh, he also retired, fair, right? But he was fighting with Roger for a while. Like, for a while until he was, like, 50 years old. So, I mean, that's a pretty long time, man. Big Mom, yeah, I could definitely see Mihawk over Big Mom. I might have been wrong with that one. But I think Big Mom just gets completely disrespected, bro. Like, physically, she's up there. Like, she's up there as one of the strongest characters. But there's not a power scaling stream, so let's move on. Who should we do next? Whitebeard. All right, yeah, we'll do Whitebeard. Let me find Whitebeard. Where is he? I think, Whitebeard is one of my all-time favorite characters in manga, bro. And not even, like, every single time I have to remind myself how great he really was. Like, he completely dominated Marineford. That arc is one of the best arcs because of one single character. And it was only 30 chapters. He's only just introduced, and he just steals the show. He stole the show from Luffy. Where's Whitebeard? Chad, do you see Whitebeard anywhere? Help me find him. Where is he? Whitebeard. You gotta love Whitebeard, bro. Like, he has some of the greatest moments, some of the greatest lines in anime. Like, one of my favorite quotes in One Piece is when he said, no matter where you came from, we're all sons of the sea. Like, that is just such a piratey line, but then also bringing in, like, this whole sense of, he'll take in everyone. We're all pirates. We're all in a sense equal in the terms of piracy, right? No matter your race, no matter who your parents are, no matter what you are. Where's Whitebeard? I love that quote. And then, like, come on, man. Like, he died screaming the One Piece was real. And as memed as it is now, I mean, it was just, I got goosebumps with Whitebeard's death. That is probably my favorite death in anime. Might be the greatest death of all time. It might actually be the greatest death in fiction. I mean, he died standing. with all those wounds. When we find Whitebeard, we'll put him at the top, somewhere in the top 3. I gotta find him first. I really don't know where he is, but when we do see him, we'll know for sure he's going up. He's going up at the top. What character should we do besides Whitebeard? We got Fujitora. We could do. We got. What else did y'all say? Fraudhawk. We already did Fraudhawk. Whitebeard is my absolute favorite character of all anime. Listen, man, that's a great pick. I love Whitebeard. My only thing is, like, I wish we could even see more of him. Like, honestly, bro, like, he's that good of a character. He's well written. He is just as entertaining as it gets at all times. Like, every time Whitebeard is on screen, pure 10 out of 10 hype. And he's old, and he's like old, dying from cancer, and he's still, it's like, I can only imagine seeing a prime Whitebeard consistent. Like, could you imagine we get a mini series of like Roger and Whitebeard, the Rocks Pirates and stuff? Where is he? I don't know where he is. Here, while we do this, I'm gonna keep like dragging characters up if I ever see one that's like interesting, but for now we'll do Fujitora because they said they want Fujitora. Now, Fujitora is a tough one. I think he also had an incredible arc in Dressrosa. I love Dressrosa arc. And yo, when it's revealed that this blind guy is using hockey to see everything, when he has that line where he's like, I had to cut my own eyes because I couldn't see the horrors of this world. I mean, oh my goodness, man. And his devil fruit, I think with his devil fruit, it gets overlooked because it's, from a sense of, it's one of the most creative ones. Because imagine fighting someone who can manipulate gravity while you're fighting them. He's twisting and turning you, you're falling upside down, then you're falling to the side. It's like you're being pulled different directions. He's levitating, there's like so much stuff going on with gravity. And then at the same time, he's chucking meteors at you. I think Fujitora is a really cool character. And the whole idea of him kind of changing the political movement from becoming an admiral and then changing the Marines, right? Because he was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that he was drafted, right? It's kind of implied that he was drafted. So if he was, that's kind of a crazy thing because he's only been in here for like 2 years. He becomes an admiral, and now he's already making significant changes with the warlord system. That was a complete failure, a complete disgrace for the Marines. He's just such an interesting character. Like, he really is making big changes to the world. And you can tell, like, he's a very interesting mind because he supports Luffy in a certain sense, right? He wanted Luffy to defeat Doflamingo. He likes Luffy. We saw at the end, right? We saw at the end of Dressrosa. But he's at the same time a Marine that does not like pirates. I think he's a very, very complex and interesting character. I think I would... So, Mihawk or Fujitora? I think I like Mihawk a little bit more. And Fujitora, I think I like a little... Like, I like him just as much as Shanks. I think I would put Shanks a little bit above Fujitora. Because, oh man, that's tough. That's tough. I think with Shanks, it's like he brings so much hype, so much mystery to the series that if it, like, Shanks alone carries your enjoyment of One Piece to continue the series. You want to know what's going to happen with Shanks. You want to see how he's going to be brought back. You want to see those big moments with Shanks, right? Like, Shanks does so much for the longevity of One Piece. He's a complete hype machine. So I think I had to go Shanks above Fujitora. If you asked me this before the kid stuff, I honestly probably would put Fujitora ahead of him. But now that we have a lot more, seeing what Shanks is truly capable of, and Oda utilizing Shanks as a true hype man, like a true hype machine, right? Like, Oda doesn't care. That's what Shanks' character is. That's what he's meant to be for One Piece. And he goes all in. And now the fact that we see that it's like so constantly, I think it's a really cool thing. And 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 I um, joining the battle in Marineford, you know, so many times, time and time again, fighting, clashing with Whitebeard, splitting the skies. When he came in the end of Wano, it was just like so many times with Shanks. It's like, even though they're just moments, right? They're not like his full character that we get to see all the time. I think he's a really dope character. Very iconic. And I don't think One Piece would work without Shanks, if I'm being honest. Who should we do next, chat? Who we doing next? Favorite characters or best written? Well, it's just okay. So here's how I'm ranking it. Right, it's a mix of everything. Best written, design, just cool moments, like best moments and stuff. Like, just what I genuinely love about them. Right, because in my opinion, best written character. I mean, yeah, that's really, we could do that another time. But for me, I want to do just the best characters in general, because there's so much more than just the writing. The writing is very important, I agree. But when you look at someone's design, like that, the art matters so much. Just like cool moments matter so much, especially in a show like One Piece, right? Like hype moments matter. And so like, I think like it varies like case to case, right? Because some characters, they have hype moments, and it might matter more than Fujitora in this case. Fujitora might be the better written character than Shanks, but that's not all that matters when it comes to these things. Like if we think about like who's a good example? Because if we're doing best written characters, then yo, like a lot of characters are being moved down, right? But writing does matter as well, you know. It definitely does. Who are we doing next? Does anyone know what happens if you destroy a devil fruit? Does the devil come out? I don't know. I never thought about that. Like, how do you destroy a devil fruit, right? Garp is a top 10 rating character? Definitely. I agree with that. We'll get to Garp soon. Whitebeard is more of an idea than a character? Man, I completely disagree. Whitebeard is a true character. When you look at his character, it's laid out perfectly. It's like Oda has put so much thought into the writing of what Whitebeard is, right? Because Whitebeard is always in character. Like, he's always in character exactly how you would want him to be. Like, if we see Whitebeard, right? We know so much about his motivation, his goals, what he believes in, what he cares about. Like the love and care for his family, right? When we see that all these pirates want treasure. They all have a dream. And Whitebeard's dream is just to have a family, right? But it's something so simple. But at the same time, it's not simple because he has a huge family. It's not just like, yeah, I want to just have my wife and my kid. Like, that's pretty simple, right? Whitebeard has adopted an entire multiple generations, well, like 4 generations of children. And that kind of family unit is like one of the coolest ideas ever. And it all came from Whitebeard's dream. You know, Whitebeard is a true pirate too. When you think of piracy in One Piece, like, this guy is out there on the seas. And he's raising these kids to be true pirates as well. Like, he literally tells them, you can do whatever you want. There's only one rule on my crew, if you join my crew. There's only one. That's true piracy. Like, that is Luffy level piracy. There's no rules. Do whatever you want, and I'll respect you for what your decisions are. You can go rob, you can go kill, you can do whatever you want. And I'll still back you up. I'll still be your father. I'll still defend you. You know, like, Ace was a guy who was hunting down warlords and committing crimes and doing all this crazy stuff. And Whitebeard, like, he still was there. And the entire crew understood that, right? So I think Whitebeard is an incredibly well-written character, man. And that's the thing, like, Whitebeard, I see what you're saying. He's an idea. Like, he's kind of just in a certain sense, he's like a hype machine, right? But I disagree, though, because I really do think he's a well-written character. Because if you think about it this way, right, like Whitebeard, only a great written character can make you cry, right? If you're tearing up or even just bawling out at the end of Marineford, and a lot of it is because of Whitebeard. Whitebeard was the most free in the series. That's true. Because even though his goal wasn't to become Pirate King, he did what he wanted to. He did exactly what he wanted to. He accomplished his dreams, and he lived the way that he chose, and no one could stop him. No one ever stopped him. All right, so Viola top 1, no doubt. Gotta give me some of that Viola. See, like, listen, man. I love Viola. Don't get me wrong. I was happy for Sanji. But top 1 is kind of crazy. Top 1 is kind of insane, bro. So who we doing next? Roger D. Goat. Should we do Roger? We could do we'll do. See, here's the thing with Roger, right? I would say Roger is actually more of an idea than a character. Like, we really haven't seen too much of Roger. We know that he's very similar to Luffy, right? Like, we know certain things, but to me, he doesn't feel like a fully fleshed out character. Like, he doesn't feel much different than Luffy without the devil fruit. We could do him though. But if I'm being honest with Roger, he hasn't done enough for me. He's done enough for the story, right? Like, he matters so much in the story. But I don't know if, as a character, I like him that much. Yeah, we gotta find Whitebeard. Where is he? I think Roger, I gotta put him down a little bit lower. But I do love what we know about Roger so far. Whitebeard beats Roger 51% of the time. I actually agree. And a lot of people give me flack for that take, but I agree. I think Whitebeard is the full package, man. Like, he's got the devil fruit physically. I mean, there's almost no one physically as strong as him, especially if we're now going to assume that he is part of the Buccaneer race. He's got the devil fruit. He's got that legendary sword, that supreme gray blade. He's got incredible hockey. He's got everything. He's got pretty much everything. I don't know if there's a single weakness to his game. Where is Whitebeard? Like, seriously, where is he? Roger is like All Might. Here he is. Here's Whitebeard. Whitebeard is definitely in the top 3. Like, he's in my top 3 for sure. He's locked in there. And we'll get into the top 3 at the end, but for me personally, he's definitely top 3. Chad, what is Whitebeard rating for you? Like, top 5, top 10? I don't think anyone is going to put Whitebeard out of the top 10. If I'm being honest, I think he's in almost everyone's top 10. But maybe I'm wrong. I think even All Might, going back to that, I feel like All Might is more of a character. I think we've seen a little bit more of All Might as a mentor, as a hero, right? Like, we've seen a little bit more of All Might than Roger. Where is Roger? Oh, he's up here. Yeah, I think I moved him around here. Where is he? Roger. Go. Oh no, we already put him. Yeah, we already ranked him. All right, so we'll do Kuma, Garp, or Roger. All right, we'll do Kuma if I can find him. Not sure if I can find him, but after the backstory, Kuma has skyrocketed on my list. I haven't even really thought about where he is. We'll figure it out today, and that's where it's gonna come. Like, that's what we're gonna come into. It's actually gonna be fun because I have not put any thought into Kuma. I really have not. So, where is he? Kuma. Oh man, there's so many characters, bro. I don't know if I can find everyone so easily. Here's what we'll do. We'll pick a character that I recognize, and then we'll rank it to make this a lot easier for me. So, we'll go with, let's see, who's a character on here that we could do. Let's do. Where is someone that I can do? We can do. Oh, here's Kuma. We could use this for Kuma for now until we find him. I think Kuma is above Roger, for sure. I will put Kuma. I don't know, man. Like, he has one of the best backstories for sure. A really cool adventure, right? Like, he joined the revolutionaries. He was at God Valley. He's helped Luffy. He's helped Sabo. He's done all these things, and his whole connection to Bonnie and everything. I feel like by the end of Egghead he'll be higher, but I think for now we'll put him here. But I really do think, like, I feel like he's coming into Egghead, helping Bonnie and stuff, and I think that will solidify him as a top 20 character. But for now, actually, no. I think he might already be, bro. I think he might already be a top 20 character. I think I have to put him over Shanks. Chad, Shanks or Kuma? Here, this is where you guys come in. Where do we put him? Shanks or Kuma? That's what I need to know right now. Shanks or Kuma? And yo, that is a tough one, man. Like, what do y'all think, chat? Kuma next to Whitebeard and Garp. That's pretty high. Like, that is, like, really high. I can feel that. I don't know if he's that high for me, personally, but Kuma went from not in my top 50 to easily top 10. Shows how good Oda is still at backstories. Yeah, I mean, I can see it, bro. I can see top 10 for sure. He's in this, like, top 10 to 20 range, I think. Yeah, Kuma is a better character. I think what I also love about Kuma, too, is, like, that whole idea of him becoming a cyborg. You know, sacrificing his soul for Bonnie. And, like, that whole idea of the guy with the biggest heart, right? The guy with the most emotions, the most love, and the most soulful character. For him to become a mindless, robotic person just to save his daughter is like, man. You know, I was tearing up reading that flashback, man. Kuma and Shanks is so tough. That is tough. That is really tough. Chat, I got it here. I'll make a poll. Let's do it. Kuma or Shanks? I love both of them, man. Like, I love Shanks. I love Kuma. I love both of them. And like you said, it goes to show how many great characters there are in One Piece. Shanks, because Kuma loses at life, according to Oda's stories of him. Man, it is tough. It is a tough poll. All right, so we got 30 people in here. Let's try to get to 30 likes if that's possible. I know you guys can do it, so let's try to get to 30 likes. And we're already at around like 21 likes. Let's try to get to 30. So we got people. Okay, so people are voting in the poll now. The thing about Kuma too is, like, I love. Don't get me wrong, I love tragedy and stuff, but I think some people a little bit overhype it, right? Because I don't think that carries weight. Like, yeah, sad stuff is usually really great. Like, and for instance, with Law, Kuma, and a lot of different things, right? Like, if we go into Sanji and, like, a lot of backstories, Robin, Brook is depressing, and you have a lot of tragedy in One Piece when it comes to backstories specifically. But I feel like I think people overrate it too much because it's very impactful, but I think people would then forget about the other amazing emotions. Like, Shanks' emotional level is as high as Kuma's because hype is a truly impactful emotion. I mean, like, some of my favorite moments of One Piece are Shanks, and a lot of them are actually. So, I love the sad stuff, but I also love the hype, just like full on excitement, the adventure of One Piece. Like, those emotions are what Shanks embodies. I just randomly hit one of the answers. For some reason, the poll is blank on my phone. Anywho, whoever the first vote was, that's who got it. I agree, but Oda is not letting Shanks lose to Kuma. So, okay, so this is not power scaling, right? Like, this is like just what character is better overall. Most characters let their tragic backstory define them, but Kuma has always been a kind person who does not like to hurt even through all the pain. Yeah, Kuma, man, it's tough. The chat's saying Kuma right now, and I wonder, like, is it recency bias because we all love Kuma right now? But, you know, all right, we'll give it to Kuma for now. We'll see if the poll changes in the meantime, but we'll move on. I think Kuma is an amazing character. Like I said, I haven't had much time to think about it, but yeah, like, as I'm thinking about it right now, phenomenal character. I mean, this dude pulled up to Thriller Bark holding a Bible and becomes the most feared man. Like, he becomes the antagonist of that arc. And without Kuma, we would never have nothing happened. I mean, that is just as much Zoro's moment with Kuma, because Kuma, like, this guy, like, he knew exactly how to test Zoro, right? He was never going to kill Luffy, right? But he knew how to test his crew and see, are these guys the real deal? I love that. And we didn't even say anything about Kuma's devil fruit. I mean, Kuma has one of the coolest devil fruits in One Piece. I love his devil fruit. All right, so who should we do next? We can do, let's see, let's go look for someone else. If we see Kuma, let me know. We can replace the Seraphim Kuma, but for now, we're keeping S-Bear as Kuma for now. We can do, let's see, we got Tom. He's a good one. You think Tom is a top 75 character? I think he might be. We got, yeah, we could do Tom. Let's throw him up there. I like Tom a lot. I actually do. He stood by what he believed in. This guy knows about Pluton and the devastation it causes, but he truly believes what he believes. Now, do I agree with what Tom says? Do I agree with his philosophy of, your creations, just create them and don't bear the responsibility. Don't bear the responsibility. Love everything you create. Like, in theory, that sounds great. In practice and in like a more practical approach, I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? Like, I feel like like I kind of get what he's saying, right? Like, if you create a nuclear weapon, right? Yeah, like, it's of course the person who uses it that has the responsibility for the harm it caused. But at the same time, it's like you created it at the same time. And now the other argument would be like, would someone would create it no matter what, right? It would come eventually. So is it really his fault for creating it? But I really do like the philosophical debate that Tom's philosophy brings up. It's been a debate that's been endless for the last hundreds of years. But it's good to have in One Piece, and I can see why. Like, it's really interesting with the Void Century, because these guys, I'm assuming, destroyed their own people with their technology, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they wiped each other off the map completely. With stuff like Mother Flame now and stuff like that, it's like, I mean, like, imagine telling Vegapunk, right? You have no responsibility for giving Emu and these demonic people access to Mother Flame, or you bear no responsibility whatsoever for creating child slaves and like seraphim and stuff that have like no willpower or no will, no free will, and they're just being created to be thrown into war, right? Like that to me, I feel like you have a little bit, especially in Vegapunk's case, like this guy is working for the government, and I mean you could say he's being forced, but you could just not do it, right? Um, but yeah, it's an interesting discussion that he brings up, and that's why I love Tom. I also love Tom because, like we said, he he sacrificed, or he didn't. I guess he did sacrifice himself in a way, and but he really like instilled Franky to become the legendary character that we love. I think he can be in like 71 to 75. All right, let's do what can we do next? We could try. Let's see here. We could do Ace. Does okay now? This is a tough one for me. I love Ace, but does he make the top 75? I think he does. Now this might be a tough pill to swallow. Chad, Roger or Ace? I gotta hear Roger or Ace. I like Ace a lot. He has a really cool devil fruit. I mean, he has an amazing design. He's Luffy's brother, right? Like, there's so much cool things about him. I think he was also a really interesting character when you find out like he was hunting down warlords, and he was really like a rising star in the new era of piracy. Like even though he hated Roger, he still was going to become a legendary pirate, right? Like everyone saw Roger and Ace, even though he didn't want to admit it, even though he couldn't see it, right? He never knew Roger, but he was like another little Roger running around in. And the thing is too with Ace, what I love about Ace is he has that like really cool feel to him, right? Like when he comes in Alabasta, when we first see him, it's like he just brings this cool vibe. Now my problem with Ace is like we didn't see. There's a lot of stuff missing that we didn't see. Like they never brought up Sabo. They never really spent too much time together. Like Luffy and Ace weren't really hanging out. Like Oda had chances to do it and he never did it. Like the thing with Ace is if we saw more of Ace when he died, that would have made it so much more impactful. Like I honestly, I'll be honest, I didn't really care that much for Ace. When he died, I wasn't that sad for Ace. I was more sad for Luffy. I was more sad for Whitebeard. I was more sad for all these other people, right? For Garp. And I feel like Ace, if we were more emotionally attached to him the same way Luffy was, we can see that passion in Luffy's eye, how much he cares for Ace. If we cared for him the same way, I think Marineford would have been even better. I think Ace should have been explored more as a character before we got into this whole, hunting, like breaking people out of prison and charging into Marineford for Ace. I wish we would have seen a lot more because the entire plot was revolving around him. But yeah, I love Ace. I love Roger as well. Chad, what do you think? Ace or Roger? He said Roger got more experience and did it all with only hockey. That's true. Yeah, Roger is just like a different breed, man. Like, I love those characters as well. Like, Roger is a truly Chadley character fighting Whitebeards and Rocks and Garps and conquering the world, becoming Pirate King. Like, I love Roger, man. Like, this guy was the first guy to circumnavigate the globe. So, I really do love the piracy, right? Like Roger is by far the most piratey character in One Piece, besides maybe Luffy and Blackbeard, right? Like those three are like the most piratey characters. Yeah, man, it is tough. Here, we'll move them up a little bit. I think they're both great characters, but I think I like Roger a little bit more. Like I don't really have too many complaints for Roger. I have a few nitpicks for Ace, but But the thing is, too, I know a lot of people love Ace. Like, I know Ace is probably, like, some people's top 10 character. So, it says, yeah, I bet Oda regrets killing him off so early. He keeps bringing him back in Flash. Yeah, it's just, like, Ace could have been so much more, but, like, this dude was fighting Yamato. He was wanting to challenge Kaido. If Ace was alive today, he would be right there with, like, Luffy. Like, he might be a Yonko. He might be competing for that Yonko title. He would be there with Law and Kid, and like he would be really like one of the strongest characters right now. All right. So who can we do next? And actually, so we got 19 votes. Kuma is still winning. Wow. So Kuma wins against Shanks, which actually surprises me. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit recency bias, so I'm not too surprised. But we'll do another poll: Ace or Roger. I think that's really cool too because father and son, and they're right next to each other. So far, but I do know there's a lot of Ace fans, right? Like there's a huge some Ace stands out there. I'm personally, for me, I'm going with Roger, but I'm not opposed to putting Ace higher. So I'll let you guys pick that one, and then we'll move on to the next character. I feel like we gotta go with, Chad, should we leave the Straw Hats for the last characters, or should we just kind of mix it up? I think here, let's find somebody. Who we got in here? We do. Nah, I'm trying to. Who's a big character that we could do that's fun? Try Bege. I like Bege. All right, so Bege. Where does Bege rank so far? I would say 50 to 60. I mean, I can't know for sure. Like, there's so many characters, right? Where is Gaimon? We could do Gaimon next. He's actually right here. So yeah, so for Bege, I can't put him above Roger, right? Like I can't do it. I can't put him above Ace. But he is a really cool character. Like this dude was a family guy planning on taking down Big Mom. The whole mafia kind of design, the whole thing with the Bege family, the Capone family. Right, like that whole thing was really cool. Like when we saw him and Luffy meeting that and they had like that sit down, man, one of the best moments at Whole Cake Island by far. And I love Bege because he's not like the strongest character in the world, but he still has some crazy like this dude was ready to risk it all to fight Big Mom. Like this guy was no joke, man. But even though he's really cool, I just don't think he's as good as Ace. I don't think he's as good as Roger. His Devil Fruit is kind of cool, I guess, right? Like it has some cool. It has some cool little perks to it, right? Putting people inside a giant castle was cool, but yeah, I'm not like a huge Bege fan by any means. Do Big Mom. Yeah, let's do Big Mom. I'm down with that. We could try Big. All right, here. Where is she? Here's Big Mom. Big Mom. I might be like a weird Big Mom fanatic. I like Big Mom, man. Is that crazy to say in 2023? Like, is it so bad to say that Big Mom is a good character? Like, I know Big Mom, Big Meme, whatever you want to call her. Like, Big Mom is like a mental disaster, right? Like she is just a wreck, a mental wreck completely. But the thing is, I love Big Mom because when we first saw in Whole Cake Island, right? Like Big Mom was just a complete menace. Like she's like a old crazy Luffy, an evil old Luffy. She's just chowing down, eating all the food and stuff, and like, bro, she was so hungry. She ate her own child. Like think about how crazy that is. Like, babe, I love characters who are completely insane in anime, especially villains, and like if let's be real, like Luffy is also completely insane. Like he's just so. I love Big Mom because as a Yonko too, like she fits. Like you could just feel that Big Mom is just different, bro. Like physically, mentally, like she's so over the top, and like her whole idea, right, of having this family of like. All of her family members and the way she brings this family together, like what she did to what was his name, Lola's dad, right? what she did to him is one of the most evil things that we've seen in One Piece. But that's just like, bro, like, why would you not want that from a villain, right? Now I understand there's moments where she looks like a complete joke, right? Like, she looks like a complete joke when she's, messing around. Like, Franky's throwing her around, and like you see, like, I don't know, like you see her getting amnesia, and like it's just like a complete gag for like 20 chapters. It's like, but to be honest, bro, like Big Mom, I never took it too serious, even though she's like a menace, completely like terrifying character. She's also just a fun, goofy character, and I've always thought, like, with the amnesia stuff, to me it was funny. I know a lot of people hated that, but to me it was hilarious. Yeah, man, like the idea of Big Mom just walking around singing, and like in the anime, it was just so funny, bro. Like, this crazy, deranged, giant lady is just singing her little like Disneyland musical songs, and like it is just so ridiculous and so crazy what she is that I love it. I would even here. We'll put her in top 20 for now. I don't think she's going to stay in there. We'll put her in 21 for 30. But I love Big Mom, man. It might be crazy to say now, but I still love her. I think it's just hilarious. I think people are outraged by like, what is it like? Wedding cake. When she's screaming wedding cake for like 10 chapters, it's like, listen, man, like it's a little ridiculous. I agree. She can be annoying, but, and let's not forget, Big Mom has an amazing backstory. Like, her backstory is top tier. Yeah, Big Mom ate her own child. Like, bro, think about how insane you have to be. And like the thing with Big Mom too is it's always been shown that she's like mentally insane, because we see when she goes on her hunger pangs and starts rampaging, when she got triggered with the PTSD of her mother, right? Like, when they broke that when Bege, the whole plan was to break the picture that she had, right? And it's just like, I don't know, man. I love Big Mom. I know a lot of people hate her, but yeah, and like Big Mom over Roger right now looks insane. Like, it just looks crazy. But I just feel like we didn't see enough of Roger yet. I think one day he'll be higher. But I love Big Mom. I think she's just so entertaining. Like, that's another thing where I think with this list, writing matters, design matters, like all these things matter, right? Moments matter, but like just being entertaining matters. Like, that should be its own category. That matters so much, because every time Big Mom is on screen, it's like, oh, like, what is she going to do now? Like, especially in Whole Cake Island. Yeah, people just ignore that she has like mental disorders, and like she's just like mentally completely insane by now. She's old. She's not better than Ace, but she's better than or what is it? She is better than. Oh, she's not better than Ace, but she is better than Roger. I can see that. I think you're more insane than her. Listen, man, I love Big Mom. I know it's a crazy take, but it is what it is. Her devil fruit's so cool too. I love her devil fruit. I just think she's entertaining. Like, at the end of the day, she's one of the most entertaining characters. All right, so we'll move on to, who can we do next? Let's find someone. Oh, let's do Buggy. Let's do Buggy. Oh man, so everybody in chat, go vote right now. We got Ace and Roger. Whoever, we need a few more votes, man. I'll give it like 5 to 10 more minutes. We can't be at 50-50 with Ace and Roger. I mean, if we wanted to be, I'll let Roger stay up ahead of Ace. But I'm giving y'all the chance to, to kind of have like a say in this. So go, make sure you go vote, and also make sure you go like the stream. Let's get this up to as many likes as possible. Share the stream out. We're gonna be here for a while. Like look at this list, man. Like, there's so many characters in here. Yeah, we gotta get through this, man. All right, so let's do we said Buggy, right? Let's do Buggy. Personally, I know there's a lot of Buggy fans as well. I know there's a lot of Buggy fans, man, and I love Buggy, but I think I think Big Mom might be better than Buggy. As crazy as that sounds, listen, man. I'll say this about Buggy. I did not like Buggy for so long, up until like Marineford, really. Like Impel down Marineford, he started like grow on me a little bit. I like his Devil Fruit, but he was just a joke, man. Like he wasn't like anything serious. He was like a forgettable villain, right? Like he was on the same crew as Shanks. I mean, that's cool, but it's like he did have some funny moments. Like when he's like walking around, it's just like his head and his feet. That's like one of the funniest One Piece moments ever. But I don't know, man. Like I wasn't a big Buggy fan for a while. Like he's just such a meme, such a gag character where it's like, yeah, Buggy does make me laugh, to be fair. But I think Big Mom also makes me laugh a lot. But Big Mom just like everything, like Big Mom has everything. There are problems with her character, right? Like she has way more problems. But I think with Buggy, there was one moment where I really started to like Buggy, and that was his speech. Like I think his speech where he gave that speech to Cross Guild, I think that is one of the greatest. I think that might be the greatest speech in anime. I think that might be my favorite speech. I mean, it was just so personal, and you got Mihawk and Croc right there too. Like I feel like it just hit even them on a different level because he's just saying the realest thing they need to hear. That we need to go and get the One Piece, man. Like don't forget where you came from. Don't forget what you really want. Don't forget your true dreams. Man, I love that speech. But man, it's close. I think I gotta put Big Mom over Buggy though. But I do like Buggy more than, let's say, I don't know. I'll say I like him more than Ace. I do like him more than Ace. All right, so all right, so it looks like Roger's winning right now. So we'll do Roger, Buggy, Ace. Roger's speech over Buggy's speech? Yeah, listen, bro. Like, okay, yeah, that's fair. But I'm just saying, for me personally, I love the Buggy speech. The Roger speech was like, it was so great for like the world building, right? To start off the entire story, for plot, like for everything for One Piece. Roger's speech was more important. But for me personally, I think Buggy's speech just hits so hard. Like it's such an emotional response that I get from it. But I do love Roger's speech, man. Don't get me wrong. I love that speech. And if you think about it, Buggy's speech was kind of just reinvigorating those same emotions that Roger kind of gave everyone else. He was just reminding them. And that's what makes it so great, too, because Buggy was the guy on Roger's crew, right? And I think, like, he just reached the breaking point where he's like, I'm a Yonko, but, come on, like, let's go actually try to get the One Piece. Buggy's ability to make people, or Buggy's ability to rally is what makes him dangerous. That's true. And we saw him multiple times. All right, let's go to, let's find someone else. Let's do. Chat, who should we do next? Who do we do next? Let's do. Man, so many characters. We can try. Oh man, like this is a lot. Does Caesar make the top 75? I hope not. I hope not. I'm not a fan of Caesar. I don't think he does. I don't think Caesar makes the cut, unfortunately. I think he's annoying. I think he's kind of funny, but I'll be honest, bro. Like Punk Hazard might be the worst One Piece arc if it wasn't for Law. Like Law completely carried the arc. If Law wasn't in that arc, Punk Hazard might be the worst arc in One Piece. Who do we do next? Who do we do next? We could try. Let's see. We could do. Ryuma is not really a character. Yeah. Let's do. Let's do well, you said Gaimon, right? You want to do Gaimon next? Listen, man, Gaimon has one chapter, right? We'll put him at 75. Maybe he makes a list. He might get cut. I'm not gonna lie. Like Gaimon is fun. He's hilarious, right? Like him being in this little treasure chest. It's a funny moment. I love it. But I mean, eh. Let's do Vivi. Yeah, where is Vivi? I was trying to find her earlier. Let's see if we can find Vivi. We can maybe do a straw hat. That'll be fun. Um, she might be. Oh yeah, she is by the straw hats. All right, we'll do Vivi. Let's do Vivi. And this might be another hot take. Listen, all right, we'll do these two together. I, I'm not a huge fan of Vivi. You know, I was looking back on it. I was doing a video, like I was coming up with this thing for like Will of D, like trying to figure out all the Will of D characters, kind of just researching all of them. And I noticed like Vivi is by far the most, or she's by far the least interesting. Maybe besides like Rose is like, but yeah, I think even Rose, she's not a better character, but like Vivi is just so like, I just don't really care too much, man. Like what is she like? Yeah, like her whole moment of saving Alabasta. Like I feel like her whole story arc is kind of over. Like I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Vivi. I do like her more than Beige. I'll say that. Actually, I don't know, bro. I feel like nah, I'm gonna put Beige over her. But here, we gotta do one character with her, just so I can explain why I think Vivi is like not as good as people make her out to be. One character I think. So I was looking at the Willa D characters, right? Like I said, and I realized Cobra is so much of a better character than Vivi. Like, bro, Cobra is the real deal. Cobra literally walked into a Gorosei conversation, knowing that he was going to confront them about Lily, knowing that he was going to do all this, knowing that he might not make it out. I mean, the balls that it takes to do that. And listen, man, I think just the whole idea of Cobra confronting the Gorosei might be one of the most underrated character decisions and moments in One Piece. Like Cobra's character, I didn't never cared about Cobra. I thought he was a creep, peeping on his own daughter, you know, creeping in over Nami over the bathtub and stuff. And like, I was like, this dude's just a weirdo, man. Like he's a horrible leader who got. You know, he didn't stand a chance against Crocodile. Got like he allowed just so much. He allowed just so much to of like Alabasta's downfall to happen. Didn't really have a chance to stop it. Like he's just kind of like he's just another ruler, right? But I feel like ever since the Reverie stuff, and seeing him press the Gorosei, see Emu, and continue a conversation with like, bro, most people would just shit themselves right there. But Cobra pressed on, and he, like, I don't know, man. There was just something so cool about Cobra doing that. It's just like he embodies courage and also like seeking the truth. Because when he first, I feel like with Robin, right? That first got like his mind kind of like intrigued, like, oh, like there's more than meets the eye when it comes to Alabasta, poneglyphs, the way the world is, right? Like the idea of him being this like crazy conspiracy guy and like pressing the Gorosei, like it just when you really sit down and think about what he did, I love him so much more than Vivi. I just do. I think Vivi would do it too, but like he's the one who did it. And this old frail man doing this, like man, I got so much respect for Cobra now. Is he better than Ace? I don't know if he's better than Ace, but I feel like just as a character in that moment, it really has put him high. So I'll put him right below Ace for now. Definitely above Vivi. But yeah, him being a Willa D member and like finding that out, that made that moment even more special too. So yeah, I think it's a kind of a random pick. I don't think most people love Cobra, but you know, he's a personal favorite for me. Now let's do another character that like most people love, right? Let's do who could we do? Let's do Law. Law. I think Law is better than. He is better than Fujitora. he's better than, I would even put him, like, he's right there with Shanks. Um, his whole interactions with Doflamingo, his entire story arc, his flashback, his devil fruit is one of the coolest devil fruits, one of the coolest powers. I love Law. And like I said, he carried Punk Hazard. It takes a very special character to carry that arc. I mean, oh my god, like that arc was horrible. But when we first see Law come back in Punk Hazard, and we see him, and you know he's fighting against Smoker, right? And that Smoker scene against Law was one of the coolest moments. Like I remember, it was one of those things where I'm catching up to One Piece, and I'm going back and finding old reactions. Like I go back and I'm like, that was so insane. I had to go see what King of Lightning was, or not King of Lightning. I just got to see what people were reacting to this back in the day. And I was lucky to find a King of Lightning video somehow. Like 12 years ago, this guy was still an OG in the community making videos. I remember I found King of Lightning. I think maybe like Recon or someone else, like maybe Techie. I don't know who it was. Found multiple videos reacting to that chapter. And ever since that chapter, I love Law. His powers are just so fun, man. Like he can, you know, the personality switch and stuff. Like that was one of the most funny moments ever. Because of Law. Because he switched Smoker into Shigi. Sanji Sanji and Nami is like crazy, bro. That's funny, bro. Like I love that moment. And like even seeing Franky with when Franky was in Chopper's body and like Robin's roasting him. Like all those moments came from one guy's devil fruit power. And it just, like, without him, that would have been one, like I said, one of the worst arcs of One Piece. So, and then the whole thing with him fighting Big Mom, and like it seems like Law just continuously gets better and better. I think I might like Law more than Kuma. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I don't know. It's tough. It's close. We'll maybe come back to that and figure it out at the end. But I think I do like him more than Shanks. Yeah, I think he's better written. Law is one of the best written characters in One Piece, and he also he just has a lot of cool things going on, like the death tattoos on his fist. Like, I don't know, man. I love Law. All right, who do we do next? Wapple, maybe we can do Wapple. We could try let's see another character. Ace was a great brother and the cannibal who made a meal out of her children. Law is cool. Cobra and Neptune didn't really have escape plans for the daughters, did they? I mean, to be fair, he did tell them like, go make sure that Vivi's like safe, right? He told Pell and them like, so like, I don't think he expected it to get that crazy, right? With Emu, like, and no one knew that Emu existed, right? We could try Das Bones. I don't know if he's worth it. Oh, Bonchan. Let's do Bonchan. Bonchan. Man, what a character. Right? So the thing with Bonchan is like another character where it grew on me over time. Bonchan definitely grew on me because if you remember, like when we first saw Bonchan, was a weird character. Really weird. Really like I was like, what is this? Right, like he's like dancing around, swirling around like a ballerina. Right, he's got the makeup on, and like, but it is funny though. Like, I do love that scene where it's like he's like switching and like turning into Nami and showing like he shows his titties to Sanji and the crew and everything. I think that happened, right? Maybe I'm pretty sure that happened. That just sounds crazy now saying that, but like that's literally what happened. But yeah, like that was a hilarious moment. But like he's just such a weird looking kid. Like he's got the ballerina thing going on, the big like swan theme. It's just like a weird design, right? Really goofy, classic One Piece. But I was not feeling Bonchan at first. I mean, he's funny. Like he is a funny character. And okay, so he sacrificed himself at the end of Alabasta. But I think it was like, okay, yeah, that was actually pretty cool. Like what? But like, why did he sacrifice himself, right? Well, I mean, it's like I understand he respected their friendship so much, right? Like he really did. Like he was like, the Straw Hat crew made him feel such a way where he wanted to, if he already lost a fight, you might as well help out the guy that you respect him, right? It didn't really make sense to me at the time, like why he did that. But going back on that, I think that was pretty cool. Nothing too crazy yet. Until Impel Down. Impel Down, like that changed Bonchan for me. I was like, bro, this dude is an amazing character. Because he sacrificed himself, but not only that, he found where he belonged in Impel Down. And like that moment where he's, they're all cheering on Luffy, and Luffy is with Ivankov and like getting the hormonal thing, and like they don't know if Luffy's gonna survive, and after Luffy got frozen and stuff, it's like, and the fact that Bonchan was carrying on this energy to kind of like feed Luffy this energy that he needs to stay awake. It was just incredible, man. I love Bonchan. I would say, I know people are gonna call me crazy, but like, I think he's better than Roger. I think I have to draw the line at Big Mom. As crazy as that sounds, I think I like Big Mom a little bit more. Who we doing next, chat? Who are we doing next? We could try. We could do let's see if we can find somebody cool. Corazon, another great character. Here we'll do a poll for this one because I actually don't know. I actually don't know who's. Let's see. Where would I put Corazon for now? Would I put him over Roger? I don't think so. Now I'm thinking about it. I can't put Bonchan over Roger. I think I like Roger too much. I think I like Buggy a little bit more than Bonchan. All right, so now we can do Corazon versus Bonchan. I feel like with Corazon, it was such a great character because the whole idea of him going against Doflamingo, backstabbing Dofi, right? Like, you do not cross Dofi, and that's your blood brother. And I know he's insane. But the fact that Corazon had the balls to cross Dofi was wild. And he was going back and, like, playing both sides, playing pirates and playing Marines. And, man, like the whole story with Corazon and him sacrificing himself. I mean, this guy went on a mission to find Law Cure. And I would say this, right? The one criticism I have of Kuma is like the whole Kuma Bonnie scenario is very similar to Law and Corazon. And to a point where it's like, I feel like Oda kind of reused it. Now, Kuma did it better, I would say. It might be a little bit better. But they're both really good. And it's like, I can't see them separate. Like, it really does feel like he was kind of just looking back on it and has like they're both warlords. They're both finding a cure to a disease. They're both sacrificing themselves for this person who's not like their blood son or anything. It's just like, we'll do Bonchan and Corazon. There was a point, right, where it's like, there was a point in One Piece, at a certain point, where, like, Corazon was, like, a top 5 character for a lot of people. Now, I don't think that still exists. I don't think that same energy is being held. But I'm only pointing that out because I don't know if... I don't know. I just don't see people talking about Corazon that much anymore. All right, check. Make sure you go check out that poll, and then we'll move on, and then you guys can pick Bonchan or Corazon. Let's do who else we could find someone in here? We could try. I want to see if we can find Fish or Tiger, because I love Fish or Tiger. So how was Mihawk higher than Buggy and Law? Okay, how was Mihawk not higher than Buggy? Like, Law I can understand. I love Law. But Buggy, I mean, come on, man. Mihawk is just that guy, and like Buggy is like this like bumbling idiot who like flops into like the Yonko position. It's like, it's cool, but it's like, it's funny. I'll admit that it brings some humor to One Piece, And I do love that aspect of One Piece, but listen, man, I'm just a sucker for Mihawk, and I'm just a sucker for like these cool, legendary swordsman types, right? Rival of Shanks. Like he's just a dope character. Like he really is just a dope character. That's all you can really say. And do Ace. We already did Ace. Ace is like he is behind Roger, Buggy, Bonchan, and Corazon. All right, let's see who else we could try. We could do Hero Look. Is Hero Look worth ranking? I feel like he might be. I would put him below Vivi, definitely. We could put him below Tom. Ah, man, that's tough, bro. That's tough. Listen, bro. I'll put him above Tom because the only reason why is because when Hero Look said, what was his quote? Let me find it. Let me remember his quote. It was something about, when does a man die? Yeah, that's the one. When does a man die? That whole speech, that whole moment too, and like it's just so core to the themes of One Piece, right? Like Willa D, inherited will. When does a man die? Like you're gonna live on forever, as long as you're remembered, as long as you contribute in some way to this world. And it's just such a beautiful moment because it really gets across the feeling of, you know, having a really truly impactful life, impacting people in certain ways. And he sacrificed himself for Chopper, and you know, he took the bullet. I really like it, man. I like Hero Look. He might not stay in the top 75, but for now he will be. Let's see, does Who's Who make it? Nah. Queen, definitely not. So we can get them out of here. Queen especially, I mean, I hate Queen. So annoying. I would say Queen though, at least he's really funny. Fair enough. I think Queen is hilarious. So Fisher Tiger, I found him. So Fisher Tiger, I think he's high. Like he is really high. I have to put him over Roger. Similar to, you know, Law and Punk Hazard. If Fisher Tiger was not in Fishman Island, I think that arc would be a complete disaster. You know, what we saw with him, this guy scaling the red line, charging in, freeing the slaves, and carrying on this like almost this Nika presence, right? Like he really like freed everyone. He freed Boa, he freed the fishmen, and like there's still this realness to his character of like he still has these like racial components where like he doesn't want to drink the blood, or he doesn't want to have the blood transfer be from a human, or like he doesn't even want to allow human blood into his own to save his own life. And that's like it was really like a deep moment. That's like a huge deep moment. I'm not talking deep like it's sad or like tragic or whatever. Like I'm talking like deep. Like that is some deep stuff, man. Because to go that far into his psychology where like he's like, listen man, like, you know, we have problems with humans. I don't like them. And he went out like a real one because that's his real self, right? It's such an important moment. The influence that he had on Jinbe, right? Like he is just such a great character. And I really do love everything that he stood for. You know, like he's probably one of the coolest fish. Like, if not for Jinbe, he's by far the coolest fishman that we've seen. And I think his message was just so powerful too. Like that whole contrast with Odahime, I saw in the chat. Odahime and Fisher Tiger were Fishman Island highlights, yeah. And that contrast, right? Like you have Odahime wanting to cause change in a different way, right? And like they're contrasting ideologies, and just it was just a lot of like there was a lot of depth there that might have not been in like the main story of Fishman Island, but because of these backstories, it made it a lot more than what it was. Yeah, like this dude walked into Marijua with Gorosei, you know, with Gorosei Emu and like Holy Knights and all this. Like he just walks in, and he just walks out, and like he came in strapped up, bro. Like this dude had like a turret on him. He had like a sword. Like he came in like prepared to fight. I still don't know how like Fisher Tiger might be top 5 all time because unless he had some kind of help, unless there's someone betraying like the Gorosei, excuse me. If there's like a Gorosei, right? Like if let's say like one of the Gorosei is a backstabber, a traitor of some kind. Let's say like a Holy Knight helped him out, or some kind of guy like Mosgar was there. Then maybe I can, I can understand. But like still, it didn't seem like that. It seemed like he walked in and started blowing, like just blowing everything up. So I have huge respect for Fisher Tiger. Cause that's like a Luffy thing to do, right? That's like what Luffy would do. So Bon-chan wins it over Corazon. You know what? I think I like Ace a little bit more than Corazon. But I still like Corazon a lot. Do I like Ace or Bon-chan? I feel like, yeah, that's a tough one, man. Bro, Zoro beating a fishman underwater was the highlight of Fishman. Yo, to this day, that is just like the most disrespectful thing, bro. Like Zoro just disrespects the hell out of other people, and especially out of other races. Like, he is not beating the racism charges because if you think about, like, he cut off King's wing. Like bro, he is the last Lunarian, and he just cuts his wing off. That is the most disrespectful way to like defeat the final Lunarian, and then to defeat a fishman in Fishman Island underwater in his own home court advantage. It's just like, bro, like, yo, that is crazy stuff. I love Zoro, man. Katakuri makes it. Yeah, we'll do Katakuri. Let's do Katakuri. Where is he? Where is he? Right here. I don't know where he is. I had him next to Big Mom. Oh yeah, he's right here, right here. So we'll do Katakuri. We gotta I think I gotta put Kat like close to Big Mom. Man, Katakuri just has that presence, bro. Like, this dude was like, okay, I'll say this. Katakuri was the only time in One Piece where I legitimately wanted Katakuri to win. Like, it's the only time where I wanted Luffy to lose. And it's not even that I wanted Luffy to lose. It's just that I was rooting for Katakuri I was rooting for Luffy's enemy over him. That's the only time in One Piece where I didn't want Luffy to win. I was going for Kat. Like, Kat won us over so fast. So fast. His presence, right? Like, he was just so cool with the future side and everything. And, his design is just, like, he's this huge, tall, giant man. And he's like, seeing him box Luffy like a boxer, man, like, that was crazy. His devil fruit was so cool at that time, comparing it to Luffy. And the whole thing of like him being truly dedicated to his family. I love it because Big Mom is too insane. So they need, like, this family needs someone to hold them together. And when you find out that Katakuri is the guy that's like really the one that everyone looks up to, like, they respect Big Mom out of fear. They respect Katakuri because he is just that guy. And like, they love Katakuri. Like, they were fanboying over him. I love Katakuri so much, man. Like, his backstory wasn't great, but it developed his characters so well. And he doesn't have to be this intricate character for you to care about him. He's just a guy protecting his family, and that's all you could ask for. Because Luffy's going into Fishman Island, tearing everything apart, and Katakuri was the one guy that stepped up to him and was about to put a finish to Luffy. And, we can argue about, did Katakuri let him win? Did he go easy on him? Like, maybe. I think he did like Luffy, and I think he did respect Luffy. They definitely had some respect for each other. That was another cool part about it. A lot of times Luffy's going in fighting Croc, he's fighting Buggy, and like all these other guys. Like, he's fighting like Kaido, like people that he respects some of them, like Kaido for certain, like for strength and for for certain things, but like he really respected Katakuri. All right, guys, make sure that you go and like the stream, and let me know in the chat who should we do next. All right, so Katakuri, we gotta rank him. I think I'll put him oh man, like it's close with him and Fuji. I think I'll put him below Fujitora, right there behind Fujitora, right above Big Mom. I think he's in a tier like that tier above, but I don't know. I feel like there's too many characters. I feel like he might not make it stay in that tier, but for now, I'll keep him and Big Mom right there. We could do. Let's do who we do next. Let's get Black Maria out of here. Probably never gonna even talk about her. Hawkins good? I really listen, man. I'm not a fan of Hawkins. I think he might be the worst supernova. Besides Apu, he's one of the worst. We could do a straw hat. Let's do a straw hat. Let's do. Chad, what straw hat should we do? You want to do Kaido? Yeah, we could do Kaido. We'll do Kaido, and then Chad, let me know what straw hat we'll do, and we'll do that next. All right, where's Kaido? I think, yeah, he's right. All right, so Kaido will do. Listen, man. I love Kaido. Is he better than Roger? I think he's a little bit better than Roger so far from what we've seen. Now, that might be a crazy take, but I'll give you my reasons why I love Kaido. Kaido has my favorite devil fruit in One Piece. It's my favorite devil fruit, man. A dragon. I love dragons. And a huge, giant blue dragon in the sky. Like, when we first saw Kaido, that was one of my favorite reveals in One Piece. Seeing Kaido's devil fruit. And finding out that is Kaido up in the sky. That just hyper beamed the Straw Hats. He just one shot like an eye. He just one shot the Straw Hats. He just he completely destroyed a town. He's just a menace, man. Like the one when we see Kaido, come down from the Sky Island, and he, just takes care of Kid and takes care of Kid and Apu and all these guys, and he's like, I just want to find a way to die. I just want to see if it's even possible. Think about when Kaido. When he came in and knocked Luffy out so hard, he hit him so hard that Luffy starts seizing out Haki, starts spewing Haki, and bro, that is insane. Yo, that is crazy, bro. Kaido's one of the most entertaining characters of all time. Okay, I won't say of all time. I'll take that back. But he's one of the most entertaining characters in One Piece. Every single time he's on screen, I'm entertained. Like, his laugh is funny. Like, bro, his Thunder Bagua is just incredible. One of the greatest signature moves ever. And his fight with Luffy is my favorite fight in One Piece. It's my favorite by far. There's not a fight that comes close. Like, I think you can maybe argue Katakuri, maybe Lucci and Luffy, but for me, it's not close, bro. I love the Luffy and Katakuri fight. That feels truly cinematic. It feels like a movie watching Katakuri, or feeling Kaido and Luffy, sorry. It feels like a movie watching Kaido and Luffy go at it. Fighting in the sky, bro. He's levitating an entire island while fighting Luffy. It's just like, bro, how much better does it get than this? He's going to dragon forms here and there. Like, when he shot Luffy, when he ate Luffy, shot him out of his own mouth, I was like, bro, this is one of the greatest sequences in a fight. And this is the guy that made Luffy go Gear 5. That matters. Like, that really does. Like, Kaido being that guy that's there with the Gear 5 moment. I think he also has a lot of interesting lines too, like where he's like, Roger conquered the seas, and he conquered it with only Haki. Haki is supreme, right? Like, he has a lot of really important moments, which is the way he speaks about things. His relationship with Yamato, I think, is also very underlooked. I love his dynamic with Yamato because it just shows how crazy he is, and they have a really interesting dynamic. In his dream too, you can make fun of Kaido's backstory all you want, But Kaido wanting to destroy the celestial dragons, Kaido being this child of that's this child's this kid that's growing up in wars and soloing people in wars and being raised in this like survival of the fittest mindset. Like his character makes sense. His character is well written. People wanted more, and I understand that, but I feel like from what we saw, I think he was a great character. I think he was a very memorable character at the very least. So, I think I might put him over. Oh man, him and Katakuri is tough. I like a lot of things more for Kaido. His devil fruit, his fight was better. I don't know. It's tough, and here, I'll let Jab decide this one. I think it's very tough. Like Kaido was just this larger than life villain, right? Like I don't know, man. I just love that type of the build up that we've gotten to this point where Luffy is now a Yonko. Kaido fully deserved that fight and being that villain for Luffy to surpass not surpass Kaido, but to surpass the point of becoming a Yonko. Like when Luffy beats Kaido, it's really earned it. Like he really deserves that title. Let's check out chat. Personally, I love One Piece due to its goofy moments and characters. I don't like cold characters because they seem as lazy writing instead of giving them enjoyable characters. They just made them. Listen, man, I see where you're coming from. Like, I love One Piece because that vibe is like a lot of fun characters and stuff. And we'll definitely get into some of those characters I like that are just straight up goofy, not like the best characters or anything, but just fun characters. But I also think like you need to have a variety, right? Because it's such a big cast. You need to have like a guy like Mihawk. You need to have a guy like Zoro. You need to have a guy like Kaido. Even Kaido's a little bit more goofy, right? But I think you need to have these certain characters to make the other one stand out even more. Like Zoro and Luffy, when you put them side by side, I think they make each other look even better because they're so different. Shanks should be in the top 10. I don't care if we didn't get to his arc yet. The mystery around him and how he's tied to everything alone is enough for me to put him top 10. Fair enough. I mean, like I said, Shanks has carried One Piece's mystique. It has carried its hype, and it's been like a big factor in so many ways. Like, think about all the theory videos that came out in the last 10 years, and they're all surrounding Shanks. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I'm not mad at that, but Kaido had me shook. Same here, bro. Kaido getting drunk was awesome. That was hilarious. Kaido was set up for a while, though, to be honest. Yeah, he was. He was. He has to be good. I think he was good. I think he was a phenomenal character. People want him to be like Dofi, right? They want him to be even better than Dofi, which we'll get to Dofi. But Dofi, to me, is like the best villain in One Piece. So, like, you have to top that. I mean, I understand why they want it to happen, but I think people were just expecting too much. Because Kaido was so much better than Dofi in certain ways. It's just like his backstory was not as good, right? Like he's better in so many other ways, but no one gives him credit for those things. Who did we say? I thought we said someone next. I could be wrong. Do Blackbeard? Alright, let's find him. Blackbeard. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Listen, bro, I love Blackbeard, right? Blackbeard, like we said earlier, one of the most piratey characters, and that matters so much in One Piece, right? Because at the end of the day, One Piece is a story about pirates. That's what it's about, and that's why I love One Piece. Like, I went into One Piece knowing it was about pirates and not much else, and that alone intrigued me. So we have to have some like truly piratey characters. And I think Blackbeard, the thing what I love about Blackbeard, I'll do this. Blackbeard is better than Mihawk. He's better. He's more, excuse me, he's more entertaining. I love Blackbeard because his charisma is just so interesting, right? Because he's like this Luffy parallel contrast foil type character, and he's so similar to Luffy, but so different in so many ways. Like, he's pure chaos, he's pure destruction, he's just an insane like we mentioned earlier, like Whitebeard has one rule, right? To not kill your own brother. You can do whatever you want. You can be a criminal, you can do whatever. You can go loot people, steal, you can go fight whoever you want. You can break every law in the book. You do not kill your own brother. And somehow, Blackbeard is so insane and so twisted and so free and so, like, so determined and ambitious. Like, he's all of these things that he throws out the one rule that Whitebeard gives. He's the only guy to backstab his own brother and kill him for a devil fruit. That is like insane stuff. But it's so piratey. It is so piratey at the end of the day. Man, I love Blackbeard, man. Listen, I know a lot of people are like, why is Blackbeard so high? He's a goofball. He's like, he smells like he's like, he looks like he hasn't showered in like a week. I mean, he looks like he hasn't showered in like ever. But I know a lot of people don't like Blackbeard, but I just, listen, man. He is what One Piece needs. He is what One Piece is. And it's just, his dynamics with characters, like, we haven't even seen the best of Blackbeard yet. Blackbeard could become a top 5 character. Right now, he's borderline top 10 in my eyes. Top 10, maybe like top 15. Like, he's around there, right? But like, I just love everything about Blackbeard. He's the most important character in One Piece, in my opinion. He's just, yeah, I hate him and love him with all my heart. Like, it's just so good, man. Like, there's so many theories. There's so much interesting things. Like when he came into Marineford, right? This guy killed his own brother, and then killed his own dad. What the, bro? Like, and he's the guy that hunted down Ace and fought Ace and set up the entire Marineford arc. Like, he's just a menace. Blackbeard is an insane individual. But that's what I love in a villain. Like we said with Big Mom, she's insane. I love her. Blackbeard is a different level. And the scary part with Blackbeard is, like, his potential is truly terrifying. I believe Blackbeard will be the final villain of One Piece, even over Emu. That's just my opinion, but listen, man. I can go on and on about Blackbeard for days, but at the end of the day, he's just an amazing character. I also think Kuma should be higher. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, maybe Kuma should be. You know, at the end of the list, we'll reorganize everything and, like, kind of just go through it. But I can see Kuma being in the top 10 for sure. All right, so who we doing next, chat? So Kaido wins. So Kaido over Katakuri. I'm not mad at it, bro. Listen, like, either way, I love both of them. All right, who we doing next? Let's look around. We'll do. Trying to see if there's. Oh, we finally found Kuma. Here's Kuma. So now we can replace Kuma. Put that guy there. Yeah, so we finally have Kuma in there. That's good. Now we can. Oh, here's Smoker. Maybe Smoker makes it. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it, to be honest. I'm not a huge Smoker fan by any means. He's all right. Koreha, she's all right. Let's see if we can find some characters that's, like, deep in this list. There's a lot of characters in One Piece. T-Bone, legendary character, man. He could be number 1 for now. We'll adjust that later, but for now, T-Bone, top 1. Man, who, like, let me know if you see any character in here that we need to do. Rayleigh. I think I already put Rayleigh up here, but I think, yeah. So, old Rayleigh. Who? All right, let's do a straw hat. It's time. Bo Hancock, we'll do Bo Hancock. Kuzan and Garp. All right, we'll do those next. Remind me, and we'll do them next. When it comes to it, we'll do it next. Oh, here's the Boon, maybe. I'm not sure if that's. All right. So what? Okay, Chad, what straw hat are we doing? Seraphim. Does Seraphim get on this list? Like, do they really deserve a spot on this list? And if so, which one? I'm not sure if Seraphim makes it, but Ginny. I don't know if Ginny's on this list, to be honest, but if we find her, maybe. I don't know if she even makes the list, but all right, Robin. First one I saw is Robin. We're doing Robin. We'll do Nico Robin. Let me find her. Where's the straw hats? All right. Nico Robin. Yeah, we have to do pre-time skip Robin. Alabasta Cowboy Hat Robin is just the GOAT, bro. Like, Oda, I really want Oda to bring back the cowboy hat design because it's just by far the coolest Robin. So, for Robin, I think Robin might be my favorite female character in One Piece. She might be the best written female character in One Piece. When she has that cowboy hat on, she might be the best designed female character in One Piece. Now, I'm only saying female character because, you know, there's a few of the male characters that are better. There's a good amount. But when it comes to Robin, I love Robin, man. I've always been a huge Robin fan. The idea, like just the entire idea of her character, right? She's an archaeologist, and she's been, you know, kind of going through and like becoming with different crews and backstabbing different crews, and she hasn't found a real place in the world. But she's carrying on the legacy of O'Hara. An entire civilization of people who were archaeologists, who were studying the most taboo subjects of the world that the world government is hiding. And she's the one carrying that entire weight on her shoulders. Man, you know, Robin, her character just hits deep, man. It hits really deep. You know, the I want to live moments are just like, I'll say this too, Water 7 is my favorite arc of all time. Water 7 and Enos Lobby. I kind of lumped them in together, but Water, that is some of the greatest storytelling I've ever witnessed. And all of it was surrounding, well, I won't say all of it. A lot of the main plot was surrounding Robin's entire character. The entire mystery of Robin. And like, you know, I know this sounds like corny and cheesy, whatever. When we see Luffy smile, right, like it brings a smile to your face. And it really is enlightening, right? It really is like, it makes you feel happy. But when I see Robin smile, it just hits different, bro. Like, knowing how depressed Robin was, how sad, how lonely, how afraid, and how like lost in the world she was. And like when she finally gets to like, we saw it a little bit coming in with I think it was what was it? Long Ring Long Land. She starts to have like a little bit of fun with the Straw Hats, and like you see their bond growing. And like when she finally smiles now, like on the Straw Hat crew, like a true member of the crew, it just hits different, bro, because you know that she's truly happy now. It's not a fake smile. It's not like, I don't know, man, like something about that, just like to know she finally found her place. It's like, it's very heartwarming, man. I love her devil fruit. I love the cowboy hat, like I said multiple times. I love Robin. I love Robin. So we got Robin out the way. Let's do oh yeah, by the way, I'm putting her above Blackbeard for now. I think Blackbeard could surpass her one day, but for now, we haven't seen too much about Blackbeard, so Robin is up there right now, top 3 behind T-Bone and Whitebeard. I never understood how much people are liking Robin, her backstory. I never understood how much people are like Robin. So good, her backstory is so sad. Robin's mid. I don't know, bro. I think that's a wild take. Like, Robin is a top tier character. Robin's number 1 Straw Hat for me. Listen, bro, I hear you. We need to get Lee Chalk way lower. He don't deserve to be out there. Lee Chalk. Listen, man. Buggy would not even be a Yonko without Mihawk. Robin is just a wish version of Nami. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't think they could be any different. Like, they're so different. From personality to like their backstories. You know, like they're just completely different characters. Like Robin's is calm, very mature, very like soft spoken and like studious person, nerdy. And Nami is just like a big bundle of energy, right? Like she's just like a lot of fun. She's like always having fun. She's always, energetic. She loves money. She like there's like I feel like there's so much difference within them. I think they're completely different, honestly. But yeah, Garp next. We'll do Garp next. Yeah, we said we're gonna do Garp and Kuzan, right? So let's do Garp. Now, when it comes to Garp, man, like, wow, an amazing character. When it comes to Garp and like Whitebeard, I every day is like a different. I never know who to pick. I really do love Marineford for Whitebeard, but Garp is just that guy, bro. Like his personality alone is not only entertaining, it's like aspirational, bro. Like I aspire to be this free. I aspire to be this confident. I aspire to be like he is just like a perfect example of what I think every man should try to be. Now you don't have to be this extreme with it, but that is what makes Garp so lovable. He's like a truly macho Chadley character. And I think Oda does these Chad characters like better than almost everyone. Especially when it comes to the old ones, right? Like Garp and Whitebeard. Like he knows how to do the old legend characters so well. Garp is easily top 5. Like, man. He's easily top 5. I'm considering, is he better than Whitebeard? I don't know. I don't know. I think Whitebeard to me is like, I think it just means so much more to me personally. But I do like Garp's energy just so much. The idea of him being the greatest Marine of all time as well. Like, that is just such a cool idea. And like when Garp comes in Water 7, that was such a fun moment, man. Like finding out Luffy has this amazing grandfather that's like a legendary Marine. The contrast of like Luffy's a pirate, Garp's a Marine. Like it's just so much cool stuff that came in when Garp comes in. So many big emotional moments, like when he what's it called? Like when Ace dies, right? Like and Garp is like, I think it was Luffy's flashback, and they're like, no, like Garp is like really like suffering right now. Like this like impacted him so much. And you could just see, man, like this guy wants to break down and cry. He loves Ace, he loves Luffy. Yeah, and let's talk about that moment with Koby, right? Like he trained Koby, and then like that whole speech of like, you gotta let the old man sacrifice himself. You gotta let the old man go, and let the new generation rise. That whole mentality is just, I love it. I love it because he's an old man that's instilling this into the next generation, and he's showing that he believes in the future. What a legend, man. I mean, every time, like when Garp's just chilling with a bunch of hot chicks on when it's like God Valley, right? They call up Garp. He's just hanging around, enjoying his day off. Oh, like I'm just having fun, right? Like hanging out with these girls. Next thing you know, we gotta go fire rocks around you. Like, I love Garp. Like the way his presence in the world of One Piece is unrivaled as a Marine. The guy's so old and he still has so much leverage and so much pull, so much freedom. So like, and the idea of a free Marine, right? Because Marines are kind of the antagonist to freedom and piracy in One Piece, at least in Luffy's mind. But the idea that Garp is so free, and like he's like almost like what I think is that his justice is free justice. He does what he truly wants to believe is right. And he just does what he wants in general. But yeah, I love Garp, man. He's definitely top 3. I mean, he's definitely top 5. Top 3, I mean, him and Whitebeard is close, like I said, but I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit more, and then we'll move on to it. We said Kuzan, right? We're doing Kuzan. Where is Kuzan? Here he is. So Kuzan, I love Kuzan as well. He might be a top 10 character. I think I made a whole video on it, so I won't go too much into it, but I think Kuzan is truly the most compelling character, and I think he's the only character that fully embodies both. Somehow, like, he's like somehow the only character to embody being a Marine, but also being a pirate. And I love Kuzan. Like, his powers are so cool. His first introduction was incredible, but like when you go deep into what he really is, like the idea that he gets along with Blackbeard so well is kind of concerning, but also interesting, right? Because I really do, and maybe we don't know this yet, but I feel like Kuzan might have the will of D. He's been tied to Blackbeard, he's been tied to Garp, and Sao, and all these people. I feel like he's somehow tied to them. Garp does lose points for turning to a blind eye for the Celestial Dragon's crimes to humanity. I don't think so, because I feel like with Garp, he truly believes in the Marines. He truly believes in justice, right? But he just, I feel like Garp is the type of person, right, where like he would just, if he saw everything that was happening with the Celestial Dragons every day, with the Gorosei, he would legitimately have to fight them. Like he has that energy where it's like, if you piss him off, he's gonna fight you. And I think he's smart enough and old enough to acknowledge it now, so he doesn't want to put himself in those situations. So he knows it exists, but he feels like what he's doing is still the right way to do it. And there has to be, I don't know, we don't know everything that Garp is doing. Maybe he has some implementation into, like, like at the end of the day, you got to realize this. He is the one that inspired Kuzan, right? Kuzan left. Like, Kuzan did not believe in what the Celestial Dragons are doing, most likely. So I feel like Garp kind of showed Kuzan there's a way that you can be a Marine, but also still acknowledge that there's problems in the organization, in the higher ups, in the world government in general. Like, we don't know, like, maybe, I mean we've seen Garp like straight up say that he doesn't like the Celestial Dragon. So like there might have been some points in the past where he's confronted them. There may have been points where he tried to make changes, but we don't know everything yet. Let's do we'll do Koby. Now Koby, I feel like Koby has definitely grown on me over time. I was not a fan of Koby. I didn't like him. I thought he was annoying, whiny. I thought he was a coward, which he was, all those things, but I really, like, I recently went back and reread the East Blue, and I really do understand the appeal of Koby, and specifically his dynamic with Luffy, because I've been in similar situations where I've known some people similar to Koby, where they're down, they have no confidence, and like you have to like really talk to them and kind of inspire them in a way. So his whole dynamic with Luffy, I really do love it. It's such a real moment, right? Like, Luffy is such an inspiring person naturally, and for him to meet Luffy, I feel like it just, to see the impact that one moment had, I think it's very powerful. Still, I don't think he's like an amazing character. I think he could be. And I think he's becoming better and better, right? Like when we saw him training with Garp, and We saw him doing the battleship bags and everything, and like he's become he's becoming better, a lot better. So I put him for now. I'll put him above. I would put him above Corazon for now. All right. Good list so far. I think I only take out Mihawk and put Shanks and Law in the top 10. Shanks has always been a favorite for me ever since the first chapter. There's no Luffy without him. Hey, that's fair. You know, Law I can definitely see in the top 10. I think we discussed that earlier. I could see Law being in like that, like, you know, 8 through like 12 range. For me personally, I know there's some Law stands out there who I got in like top 2, maybe even top 1, top 5, but I do love Law. Shanks is just tough, man. Like, we haven't seen enough, and like I do. Okay, the thing with me with Shanks is like there's also some criticisms I have as well. You know, we can criticize Mihawk all we want about Marineford and like certain things that he's done. I think with Shanks is like, why didn't Shanks use Conqueror's Haki in the first time when he could have saved Luffy? Why didn't he use Observation Haki when the bandits are throwing smoke bombs? And like, I think Haki ruined a lot of things for Shanks, just the same way that it did for Mihawk, right? Like when Mihawk is like fighting in Marineford, why can't he just take out like Buggy or like Luffy or one of these characters so easily, right? Luffy I think is a little bit more understandable, but Buggy or like Jozu or like some of these characters is like, or not Jozu, Vista. I don't know. I think Haki kind of ruined a lot of the big characters for the pre-time skip. There's other things with Shanks too. Is like, I just want to see more. Like, I genuinely want to see more. But I also like the, you know, just the archetype for Mihawk more. Generally. What else we got? We got Chad, does Carrot made the list? I feel like listen, bro, I know there's a lot of Carrot fans out there, but I'm not a huge fan. I'll put her above Tom. Is she better than Tom though? I don't know, bro. Tom was, you know, he was helping out Roger. He created the Oro Jackson. Like, I don't know. I think Carrot has to be below Tom for now. She might not even made the list, to be honest. Emu. Alright, we'll save Emu for the end. I don't know if Emu makes this list. I don't even know if we have enough to say about Emu. I do like Emu as a concept for now. Like, as this king of the world under the world, like, hidden in the shadows forever for 900 years. Immortality. Pulling strings and like, Emu is interesting, but I feel like we haven't seen enough yet. Could do oh, here's one that I love. Perona. Underrated character. Now, like, listen, man. I know this is a crazy take. Perona is better than Roger. Perona is better than Buggy. Perona is better than Bonchan. Now, this is pure bias, by the way. But I love Perona's design. I love her energy. And, okay, she can be kind of annoying at times in the anime. But in the manga, I loved her. And the way she's like, even when we saw her in the recent chapter where she's with Moria, and she's just like kind of floating around like with the ghosts and stuff. I just love the movements, the animations, like her devil fruit. Her interactions with Mihawk were hilarious. Like, you know, her cooking with Mihawk when she's about to leave and Mihawk's just giving her like a blank stare, and like it's funny stuff, man. Like, I love Perona. How high does she go? Listen, bro, it's just the ghost girl was just such a cool idea. But I don't know if she's better than Fisher Tiger or Big Mom, but I think maybe above Roger, maybe. Yeah, I'll put it there. Fair enough. We'll do, who are we doing next? I think someone said Boa Hancock, right? Let's do Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock has Conqueror's Haki energy. And by the way, man, like when I first was getting into One Piece, I thought Boa Hancock was a Straw Hat because of how much I saw of her. She was so popular at the time, and she still is. I mean, she's just easily a lovable character. She's hilarious. You know, she's kicking animals and kicking dogs and cats, and it's just like she's turning men to stone with a simple stare. I mean, she's just Bo Hancock is a staple of One Piece. Her design is phenomenal. And I do love her backstory as well. Like her coming up and being a slave and stuff, and turning into a conqueror, right? And putting Amazon Lily on the map, becoming a warlord for protection for her island. She's very quirky, right? Like she doesn't like men. She doesn't talk to any men. But then she falls for Luffy. And of course, the girl who doesn't like men falls for the goat. Like I love that dynamic in One Piece, right? Because it just shows Luffy's just built different, man. Like this guy's just a different kind of character. And she's just a real one, bro. Like when Boa Hancock's bringing all the food to Luffy, when she's, you know, kicking Smoker in the face in Marineford, when even in movies, bro, like Boa Hancock in movies is like just easy fan service, but also just easy like fan service interactions of like the fans want to see her. And she's not really in the anime too much. She's not in the manga too much. I'm not talking fan service like just because she's hot. I'm not saying just because of her design. I'm saying like fan service in the fact that like we want to see her and Luffy. We want to see her and like just come back in and like the stuff with Buggy in certain movies, and she's just such a entertaining, fun character. Is she better than Big Mom? I think so, bro. I think so. I love Boa Hancock because the thing is like, I don't know, like she's strong. She's also beautiful, and that contrast is always a good one to have. But it's like also the fact that like there's not another character like her. I feel like yeah, every One Piece character has its gag and it has its like quirky stuff, but like Boa stands out so much. And I also love that Boa, she just knows that she's her. She knows that she's so cool. Right, like she exudes that conqueror's energy. Man, yeah, you know what? I'll give what do you think, chat? Boa or Big Mom? I know it's gonna be Boa, but I think it's pretty close. And Boa Hancock. Yeah, I know everyone's probably gonna vote Boa. I mean, I know y'all hate Big Mom, but I'll make a poll. All right, so let's move on. Let's go to could do Killer. Does Killer make the list? I mean, he's pretty cool. I feel like he's a cool character, but it's like, how is he better than? Oh man. Oh, I'll say this: he's definitely better than Carrot. He's better than Carrot, but that's as far as he gets right now. All right, so let's do like a controversial one. We'll do Yamato. All right, so this is definitely a controversial character. Listen, guys. Yo. Yamato, I think, is one of the better written characters in One Piece. I think she's very underrated. I think like Yamato gets so much hate, so much toxicity comes from this one character. But I made an entire video on it, which, you know, you can go check it out. It's a Yamato analysis, kind of just breaking down everything with Yamato, the controversies, but also why Yamato is actually a great character. I think the whole idea of Yamato being a samurai, inspired by Ushimaru and these other samurai, inheriting their will. When Kaido was telling them, like, when Kaido's telling her, you're an Oni, right? You know, it's you're destined to be enemies with the humans. You're destined to fight against them. They will never love you. They'll never treat you fairly. Like he's ingrained her with this ideology, right? But at the same time, when she goes in there and she's starving and they treat her fairly like a young child, they put her over them. And this idea that the samurai don't starve, that they can withstand food, that is just such a cool idea, because we saw Yamato also inherit that ideology. We saw it strengthen her and mold who she became. And I feel like when it comes to One Piece, inherited will is one of the most important themes of One Piece. And I don't think there's many people that exemplify it as well as Yamato and the samurai. She was literally fighting Kaido on the rooftop and fighting him for years because she respected the samurai culture so much. When she stays back and saves, when she stays back to protect Wano, and Kaido's telling her, like, you're gonna be the guardian deity of Wano, but she never wanted to until Luffy defeated Kaido, and she didn't even want to, but at the end she realized this is my destiny, and she did it to pay respects to the people that helped her, the people that she looks up to, the samurai. She believes they're strong. When Kaido's telling her, like, they're not strong, she's like, they are strong. I really do love Yamato, and I also, like I said earlier, I love the dynamic with her and Kaido, because Kaido was insane, right? Like, Kaido was like, when she found out that Kaido wasn't bluffing, he put the chains on her and they exploded, and like he was really gonna kill her if she tried to escape. I mean, that was that was a crazy moment, like, because she really realized, like, all right, like, she got pissed, bro, like, and seeing that and like everything with Ace and Luffy and everything is just, I know she can get annoying with the Odin stuff, but I think she really, like, imagine seeing Odin as a kid, right? And it's like he's the guy going up against your father who you hate, and he just died like that. Like of course you're going to be inspired by Odin. Now, did Odin take it too far with the gag? I mean, I thought it was pretty funny, to be honest, but I think Yamato is an incredible character, man. I would put Yamato, I would put her next to Katakuri. Now I know people are going to disagree, that's fine, but yeah, I love Yamato. Now, where are you gonna put Laboon? I mean, I like Laboon. I'm not opposed to putting him on a list, but I don't know how high he's gonna make it. Shout out to Daxaki, man. I know this guy would have him like top 5 right now, but I'm not like a huge Laboon fan, man. Like yeah, like, it's a great story, but character wise, I like, it's, at the end of the day, it's like I can only love a whale so much, unfortunately, and it just is what it is. But I do love the storytelling that Oda's doing with Laboon. I think we'll put him above Carrot, but that's like, actually I like Carrot a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, he can maybe make a spot on the list. We'll see. All right, so let's do who we do next? Let's do Bonnie. I feel like Bonnie, as of recently, has jumped. Her devil fruit is one of the coolest devil fruits in One Piece. I mean, it's one of the most creative things. Like, you could really be so creative, right? Like imagine, like, having her fruit. You could do whatever you want. And we don't know the limitations yet, but I really do like Bonnie's character. Very fun character so far. Is she better than Perona for me? I would say so. Yeah. The pink-haired princesses next to each other is perfect. And you know what? I'll put another pink-haired princess No, I can't do it. I can't do it. But Bonnie and Perona right there, I think that's fine. And maybe it is recency bias, but I also just love Bonnie's energy too. Like her whole personality is really fun, egghead. And the whole idea of her going and hunting down Vegapunk because revenge for what happened with Kuma. I like that whole idea and that whole story with her. But and like the idea of her being an actual kid, I think is actually pretty cool because it makes it like it's really impressive when you consider she's a supernova. But not only that, but like it changes the way you perceive things because for so long we've seen children in One Piece who are not able to go out to sea. They're not really present in that way. But she's a very important character and she's very integral to this arc. Bonnie only gets played because she's Kuma's daughter. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, you know what? I'll put Perona higher just off of bias. And actually, now that you're saying that, I don't think she's better than Buggy. I don't even. I'll put her over Bonchan. That's about as high as I can go. Honestly, actually, I don't know, man. Like, now that you said that, oh man, it's tough, bro. It's tough. I'll maybe go like Ace. I do think Ace is just like a cool character. Man, these like 30 to through like 40 tiers are like tough, bro. Like they're really tough. You know what? Yeah, Bonnie just got knocked down far because you said that. All right, well, we'll come back to her, but for now, I don't know. It's tough. I do like her more than Koby. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I like her a little bit more than Koby, but that's fine for now. Chad, what we doing next? Oh, here's a character that I love, Zeph. OGs of One Piece. How we said, Oda knows how to do it right. I won't spend too much time on it, but that Sanji Zeph flashback is one of my favorite, like probably my favorite flashback in One Piece. Besides Odin, that is my favorite flashback. It's at least my favorite Straw Hat flashback. Um, how high does he make it? I think he makes it to. I think he makes it above Roger. Does he? Man, that's tough, bro. That's tough. Um, I'll put him below Roger. There we go. Yeah, I love Zeph, bro. The whole idea of creating the Baratie is one of the coolest world building moments. Um, like the fact that he ate his leg to save Sanji. I mean, still, that like personal that it has personally impacted me in a lot of ways. That flashback, like I feel true gratitude from that. I don't want to waste food when I think of Zeph and Sanji. Um, yeah, I put him below Roger. But okay, so let's do NL. NL is a tough one. I mean, he is by far the most entertaining part of Skypiea. I'm not a big Skypiea fan. I fell asleep many times watching Skypiea. I almost dropped the anime. I almost dropped One Piece because of Skypiea. But to be fair, NL is very entertaining. Now, as much as I love NL, my only problem with him is that we absolutely have no depth to his character. Like we don't know anything about his motivations, why he wanted to go to the moon, why he's a ruler, why he's this evil ruler conquering the Skypiea, why he's talking about you see people like you what does he call the people from down below, like the sea people. He's like, you people are like he knows about the fact that Luffy came from the sea, so like we can assume he's been there at least once. There's like a lot of interesting stuff, but it's never explained, right? And the problem with NL is like, if we want to talk about writing, right? I said writing is not the only thing that matters, but NL, like, he is not a good written character. He's not a great, like, especially as a villain, right? Because his role in the story in Skypiea is a villain. Writing wise, NL is not a good villain at all. Um, People want to complain about Kaido not getting a backstory and stuff like that, but like NL is far worse than Kaido. Far, far worse. He was funny. He was entertaining. His devil fruit was incredible, very powerful at the time. It was really fun to watch. But I just don't know how high I can really put him. I think I'll put him above Bonnie. Because I do just love NL, and if he came back, I would love it. But I don't know how high I can really honestly put him. Keep Skypiea from Preach, slander will ensue. T-Bone top 1 classic Preach. Listen, bro, like, we gotta keep T-Bone up in there until we find the number 1 character. Once we get the number 1 character, because I know who I want for my number 1. Once we get to him, we'll change it. But for now, T-Bone is the king of this list right now. We'll do... Who should we do next? We could do... oh, there's this guy from... what's his name? What is this guy's name, bro? From the Sky Islands with Nami. I'm just trying to find people that I even recognize. There's Joni and Yosuku. Who can I don't recognize none of these characters. Let's do yeah, I agree. Rereading Skypiea was a lot better. But that first time in, like I said, I almost dropped One Piece. But who's a character in here that like we could actually... I'm kind of like skimming pretty fast. I think... Alright, let's do oh, here's this girl. Makino. Oh, somebody said Beppo, right? I think someone said in the chat, Beppo. I used to be a huge fan of Beppo, and to be honest, in the pre-time skip when I first finished the pre-time skip, Beppo was like really... I loved him a lot. Like, and I kind of forgot about him for a while after Law was never with his crew and stuff, and he didn't do much in Wano. He didn't really do anything. But I think ever since, and then he had that one moment in when he was fighting with Law against Blackbeard. That made no sense, by the way. Like, why did he just wait until that last moment to use that? I have no idea. But to be fair, Bubba, that was a high moment, right? Like he snuck Blackbeard, right? But and to be honest, I loved Bebo so much in the pre-time skip that I loved him even more than Law. I just thought he was goofy, right? He's like dancing around like this big polar bear fighting with Law. It was fun, right? It was just like a fun classic One Piece character. I don't know how high I can legitimately put him though. I would say, man, I would say above Carrot. Like I want to put him above Carrot, to be honest, but I can't put him too high. Monkey D. Fraud again. Yeah, Kairos should be on the list. I agree. Where's Kairos? Gotta find him though. Or Kiros, however you say it. I say Kairos. Okay, here's Dressrosa. Here he is. Kairos. Listen, man. Top dad in One Piece. He might be the greatest dad in One Piece. Even better than Kuma. Now, he's not as good of a character as Kuma. But I do love Kairos, however you say it. I mean, the idea this guy's a gladiator just, running stuff in Dressrosa. Such a great character, man. Like, the whole fact that he was a toy for that long. Watching over his daughter that couldn't even remember him. I mean, man. Dressrosa has some amazing emotional moments. Where does Kiros go? Is he better than Cobra? Cobra. I don't know. Here, we'll do a poll. I think I like Kiros a little bit more. To be honest, I think I might like Kiros even more than Corazon. But we'll see. Is Senior Pink on there? Yeah, we gotta do Senior Pink. Senior Pink is one of the most underrated characters in One Piece. Alright, so with Senior Pink, I have to admit this. It's the only time in One Piece that I've cried. Like I've teared up a few times, like with Kuma's backstory and stuff, and like with Ace and Marineford and stuff like that. But Senior Pink, it got me, man. Like it legitimately got me. I think he is maybe even better than Big Mom because of just how much personally I love him. Because the fact that he could make me cry is like no other character could do that in One Piece. I think he's funny. I think he's just crazy, and like his whole fight with Franky was really fun too. But yeah, Senior Pink, it just, I don't know, something, it was just so unexpected. Like it just came out of nowhere. I wasn't ready for it, man. Like with Kuma, I've been ready for it. Like we knew it was gonna be sad, bro. But I'm trying to think how far he can go. Is he better than Big Mom? I feel like it's close, man. Like it's really close. I don't know. All right, here, we'll do this. We'll do. Man, these are all tough. These are really close, man. Yo, what's going on, Billy Bob? All right, so we'll do Senior Pink, Big Mom, then Boa, then Yamato. I don't know though. Oh man, like it's really tough, bro. All right, Fish a Tiger. There we go. That looks solid to me. Now we'll do it here. We'll put him here. We'll put Senior Pink there, and then, oh man, this is really tough, bro. Like this list is actually getting hard. Yamato is, I think. Oh man, it's very tough. All right, we'll do. Yeah, we'll just keep it like that for now. We'll do another character. We'll do. Let's see. Kaku. I love Kaku. Another character like Beppo. I loved him in the pre-time skip even more than Lucci. He was just so fun. Like when we see that moment of Kaku, and he's jumping off the Water 7 tower or whatever. Like, and he's flying around like like Spider-Man with his arms out, and he's like floating through the wind. That was one of my favorite moments in One Piece at that point. Like the art, the manga panel was just so cool, bro. Like I really wanted Kaku to join the Straw Hats too because he never felt evil. He just felt fun. Like he's just doing his job. Like he doesn't feel like a bad guy, right? Like he's just a goofball, bro. Like he has that Straw Hat kind of vibe. Like I don't know. I love Kaku. And what's funny about Kaku is like, bro, I legitimately, I didn't even know that his nose was real. I thought the entire front side of his face was a max. Because in Water 7 they had the max. So I was like, oh wait. And then I didn't realize it until he became a giraffe. I was like, wait, what? Like that's his actual face. It's actually his nose too. But I think the problem with Kaku is like he fell off once he got the giraffe fruit. Unfortunately, I didn't like him as much anymore after that. I just, you couldn't take him serious. Like he was already goofy, and then now he has a giraffe fruit. I think it would have been cooler just to have his two swords fighting Zoro, to be honest. If that was like a serious like swords fight, I would have liked it more, to be honest. So I think I gotta put him like above Vivi, and that's about it. Who another character like? Oh, Akainu is a good one. Impossible to fall off. Yeah, I mean, listen, bro, I'm a big Kaku fan just like you, but like, I like the giraffe stuff was a little bit too much for me. So Akainu, I think he has an argument for the best villain in One Piece. It's him, Blackbeard, or Dofi. Me personally, I like Dofi the most, but I could definitely hear an argument for Akainu. I mean, this guy went crazy in Marineford, and we can say the same thing about, like, I think Whitebeard carried that arc, but Akainu was a huge part of from the antagonistic side, right? Because he was going crazy in Marineford. Garp was not doing anything. Sengoku was just chilling. Like, Suda was just sitting there. Kuzan's barely doing anything. I mean, Kizaru was doing some good work. They were doing good work. The Admirals were doing fine, but like Akainu was going crazy, man. Like, he's like fighting Whitebeard, blowing his face off, killing Ace. Like, there's just like huge moment after moment, burning Jinbe. It's like Akainu was just so crazy, bro. Like, and the fact that he was the last of the third Admirals that we saw, it's just like, bro, like, we knew that he was, because we saw Kizaru, right, when he came into Sabo. When he came into Sabo, it's like he came in and it was an incredible entrance. And then with Kuzan was so interesting at that time. And the fact that Oda's saving this last guy for a war against Whitebeard, it's like like you knew it was gonna be some crazy stuff for his first appearance. The magma fruit is amazing. Him fighting Kuzan. He's just a great character. Very important to One Piece. But for me personally, even though I love him as a character, I don't love him as much as other people. I would put him above Roger. Shit. I'll put him above Roger, but I cannot. No, it's a Straw Hat list. We'll do a Straw Hat right after this. Yeah, I don't know if I could put a kind of like too much higher than like. All right, we'll put him below Fisher Tiger, and then that's like kind of where I draw the line. So we'll do a Straw Hat next. What Straw Hat are we doing, chat? Yeah, I'm gonna move the Straw Hats up too. I'm here. While you guys decide which Straw Hat we're doing. Okay, so the chat said Kiros over Cobra. Alright, so it's already like that, so we'll keep that for now. But yeah, so I'll find the Straw Hats and move them up so we can kind of just have them there. Yeah, I want to do. I want to do all the Straw Hats, but I'll let you guys pick it while I'm moving them up real quick. And also, chat, let me know in the comments who is your favorite Straw Hat. Sanji, Going Mary, Chopper. So we got a few different characters to choose from. Or no, we already have Zoro. Also, chat, let me know in the chat. I want to know, do you like pre-time skip or post-time skip better for the Straw Hat designs? Oh my god! Here, we gotta make a tier list. Just for Zeus. Add row below. Yeah, we gotta make a Zeus tier. Possibly the worst character in One Piece. Zeus. So I see Luffy, Zoro. I see Chopper, Mary, Sanji. Leave Zeus alone. Listen, bro. Zeus was one of the most annoying parts of Wano. And I know a lot of people complain about Wano, but listen, man, like, every time he was on screen, taking away time from the fight with Kaido and Big Mom and Kid and Law and Luffy. Like all this stuff is going on, and Zeus is just being useless, a waste of time, a waste of panel space, a bum. Like he's everything bad. And the worst part about it is that he becomes a straw hat. How does Zeus of everyone, not Carrot, not Yamato, not Momonosuke, not like how is Zeus the one of all people to join the Straw Hat crew? It's ridiculous, man. Like if you would have told me that before we got into Wano, I would have been like, ah, whatever. But like just seeing how annoying he was, and Oda chose him, and now we're stuck with him. The only good thing about him is like, okay, like he gives Nami a cool power up. I mean, that's fine, but like bro, just seeing his face pisses me off. His annoying little face on her orange baton. Oh man, it just irks me, bro. Like that backstabbing little smile. So, bro, this dude is scum, man. Like, I hate Zeus, bro. He's such a coward. He's so, like, he's just so lame, bro. That little face on that cloud just pisses me off. All right, we'll do let me. What's the other straws? Keep losing them. Oh, here's Marco. We'll move Marco up. All right. So, do you guys pick what straw had to do? We'll do. Yeah, we'll do. I think I saw Zoro. We saw Saint Charles. We'll do. I think we could do. We'll do Zoro. I see a lot of Zoros in there, and here's the thing, man. I wanted to save the best for last, but unfortunately, we're doing it early. But the truth is, Zoro is the best character in One Piece. Like, if it wasn't for Zoro, I'll be honest, I don't know how far I would have gone to One Piece, man. It was too goofy for me. It was too, like, silly and childish. But Zoro grounded it with something that it needed. Like One Piece needed that cool, badass character. Like, if it didn't have Zoro, I don't know what One Piece would be right now. Like, Zoro in Water 7 is the sole reason for Luffy's development as a character. Like, he is the reason why Luffy became the man that we love today. When he was spitting so much facts to Luffy, is telling the realest stuff that he needs to hear. And I just love Zoro because he's a vice captain, right? In a way, like he's the right hand man, right? But in a way, Zoro is also like, he is keeping Luffy in check, because Zoro never wanted a crew. He never wanted anything to do with pirates. He never really cared too much about this. I don't even know how much he cares about finding One Piece, but he's just here because of Luffy. And like his whole mentality is, as long as Luffy is above me, if Luffy's better than me, then he could be my captain. But if he's not, like when he found out that Luffy wanted to find the One Piece and become Pirate King, he's like, okay, that's even crazier than what I want to do. Maybe this guy, like maybe I can respect this guy. Like Zoro does not respect people, bro. Like he doesn't respect most people, and the fact that like he's really like trying to keep Luffy, like elevating him. Like when Luffy says, I want to be king of the pirates, but then Zoro's basically telling him, how can we respect you and how can we believe in you to be the king of the pirates when you're not even behaving like a king? You know what I'm saying? Like, Zoro is the Messiah, bro. Zoro is the Messiah. He's the GOAT. Like, he just is, bro. Like, he keeps Luffy in a sense of urgency of, I can't, I had to keep moving. Zoro is I can't let Zoro surpass me. I can't let my right hand surpass me, because Zoro will. If Luffy doesn't keep leveling up, he will. But I love Zoro, man. Like, he has the best moments in One Piece. Like, he's the most important character, I would argue. Maybe not for the story, but just for me personally, he's the most important because, like I said, he brings such an important, needed element to to a constant element. Like, Zoro's a main character too, so he brings a vibe that you need. He's such a simple character, but it's just so good. Like, he's an archetype of a character that I like already, but then he's executed so well, if that makes sense. I mean, swordsmanship, I always love swords as a weapon. I mean, just simple things. Like, he's stoic. Like, when he became even more stoic in the post time skip, it showed me Zoro was for real. Like, it was the real deal. this guy, I truly believe that like this guy's gonna become the world's strongest swordsman. Like the fact that like, you know, he had to ask Mihawk, the guy that he's trying to surpass, and humble himself to put Luffy's dream over his own pride. I mean, it's just stuff like that. Like Zoro does things where it's like, it's just the little details that make you love his character so much. Like when we didn't have Zoro for so long in Whole Cake Island, and like when we finally saw him again, man. Oh man, I was just so happy, man. His fight with King was incredible. His moments on the rooftop were just insane. Like as much as people trash on Wano for Zoro, it was one of his best arcs by far. I mean, so many great moments. I just love Zoro, man. He's the best character in One Piece. You know, I never heard a great argument to make me think otherwise. And ever since Water 7, and Thriller Bark, he's been my favorite character in One Piece. Luffy has come close. Sanji even came close at a few times, actually. Sanji, Whitebeard as well. But, you know, throughout the entire time, Zoro's just been that guy. So yeah. How is Law not an F tier? That is one of the worst takes I've ever heard, bro. I know you're probably trolling, but still, that is horrible. I still don't know a little burn of a person, or I still don't know a little bum of a person. Perona is above Gaimon the Great. Listen, bro, Gaimon is fun. He's got a funny looking unibrow, but it's just Perona's just, I just love Perona. It's like pure bias, but I love Perona. If Oda didn't nerf Sanji with his gag at Thriller Bark, till now Zoro would have had a real competition. Zoro already surpassed Luffy back in Whiskey P. That's true. Man has Sanji in his profile, yeah, but I also got Zoro. And the story behind that is that it's a Zoro Sanji abomination. It is a Zoro Sanji abomination because, you know, it's a fusion of Zoro and Sanji, which is probably the most cursed One Piece image to exist. But it's because I love Zoro. He's my favorite character in Oars. He loves Sanji. It's his favorite character, so it just kind of makes sense, you know. Zoro's top one, no punchline. Yeah, I mean, I don't even need to say all that, but just like, you know, I had to go on a passionate little rant for Zoro right there. Sanji better, sadly. I mean, Sanji's good too, man. I love Sanji, but it's hard to be better than Zoro. It's hard. Kaku is top 10 non-straw hat. Listen, okay, see, Crow, you're going too, or JJ, you're going too far, man. I love Kaku, but like top 10 non-straw hat? What is he? What has he done, bro? What has he done since? I mean, he has some, like I said, he had a cool moment where he's flying in the air like Spider-Man. He hasn't really done much, bro. Where's Green Bull? All right, we'll get to the greatest twerker in One Piece in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Actually, we'll do Green Bull right now. We'll do Green Bull. Appreciate the 5, bro. We'll do Mr. Twerk. Oh man, you know, I'm thinking about Green Bull right now, and I'm like actually concerned because I don't know if he makes the list. I legitimately don't know if he makes this list, Crow. Chad, does Green Bull make the list? And no way you spent money for Green Bull. I wish Corazon was attached to a better character. He was cool. Bro, Law was cool. Bro, Law is an amazing character. I don't know what you're talking about. Odin is the greatest twerker in One Piece. Well, I mean, listen, bro, I get it. For some reason, y'all like against Odin lately, but here, we'll do a poll. Greatest twerker in One Piece. I gotta know who's the greatest twerker in One Piece. Do not let me down. Do not let me down. That's all I'll say. Kaku is literally the most. What is it? No, Kaku is literally the most fastest awakened fruit in One Piece history. Respect the giraffe. Listen, bro, I'm really thinking about Green. I don't know if he makes the list. Like that's crazy. Yo, all right. To be honest, to be fair to Green Bull, I will say I do like a classic villain. Like, bro, like Green Bull feels like a Dragon Ball Z villain almost. He's goofy, he's ridiculous, but he's also truly evil, truly twisted, and like he's just a messed up guy. Like when he's doing the whole he had that whole quote about like what is like prejudice breeds stability. Like that whole thing was nuts, bro. But to be honest, like we want to see those things in One Piece. We already got Fujitora. He's the morally great admiral. It's like how many nice admirals do we really want? We can have a few, but who doesn't love a great villain, right? Like just a guy that's gonna come into Wano. But the problem with Green Bull is like I just can't take him serious too. Like he's like he really thinks he's gonna pull up and defeat Luffy and Law and all these other characters, and like he's like, I'll defeat Shanks one day, or what do you say? I'm not ready for this fight yet. It's like, bro, you're never going to be ready. But I respect his determination. I respect his confidence. But I don't know. It's just like he's all over the place for me. Personally, I would put here, we'll do this. I think we need to see more of Green Bull because like he gives me mixed, like he's classic One Piece goofiness, but then he also has like that like true villain approach. Cool devil fruit, but like the thing with Green Bull's fruit too, like as powerful as it is, right? Like it's powerful, but it's like, bro, it's like you can only make plants so cool. You can only make bushes and trees and leaves and flowers. Like come on, like compared to gravity and ice and light and magma, it's like yeah, like plants just it's just not it, bro. We'll put him for now. Oh man, I really, I don't know where to put. I just here we'll put him here. We'll put him here. 61. Nah, yeah. I'll put him 61 for now. All right. He said, "Dude, dragon." So should I do dragon or we'll do dragon. Fair enough. Where is he? Right here. Yeah, we'll do dragon next. Let's try to kind of get through this. I mean, we've been here for 3 hours now almost. We got a decent list though, but it's going to take longer than I thought. So dragon. What do you guys think about dragon? Any thoughts on him? Going Mary. Yeah, we could probably maybe get the Mary in here. Where's Mary? But I'm not gonna lie, bro. I am a fan of the Sunny even more. I do like the Sunny better. As you know, I know that's a hot take, but pretty sure we get a new chapter before the year ends. I hope so. I mean, the spoilers were already out, right? Am I wrong about that, Crow? Or is like I thought I saw spoilers coming out already. So if they are, then there might be a chapter soon. All right, so we'll do dragon. Monkey D. Dragon has. There was a point where I was like, I remember. I don't care if Dragon is top 1. I legit dislike this man so much. I think with Dragon, it's like. I talked to Ors about this like a year ago. I was like, is he already like a top character? He's like, nah, he's not. Like, and I was like, nah, he's not. There's no way. We don't know anything about him. And he's like, but he's going to be like a top 10, top 20 character. Um, it's like we already know. And he was like, but there's so much around him that we kind of can already infer and imply. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like with Dragon, it's like, but now that we're actually seeing more of him, I think I really do like a lot of things. Like, for example, with Kuma, right? The whole line where he said, "You need to you need to do whatever you regret the least. You need to follow the path of that you regret the least." And I feel like that's a really interesting thing for Dragon because it shows us a lot of stuff about his mind. It shows us that he regrets leaving Luffy less than if he didn't become a revolutionary. If he regrets abandoning his son. Like he prioritized becoming a revolutionary leader and changing this world with his power that he has more than raising his son. Now, you might say he's a bad father, which I'm not disagreeing with. He is, but it just shows that he is a complex and nuanced character. He is a very deep character. That's a tough decision to make. And we know for like it's not like Dragon just doesn't care about Luffy. It's not like a Jing situation. We know now, like he does care about him. Like Ivanka points out, he's looking into the wind, staring off into a certain sea. Like we see these things with Kuma, right? Like a son is or a child is a man's weakness. Like so he does care about Luffy. It's just and to make that decision even tougher is interesting. And the idea of a revolutionary in One Piece, like a true revolution coming, is one of the coolest concepts and ideas in One Piece. And so for Dragon to have the years of determination to do it the hard way, he's not selling out like Vegapunk, taking the easy route to get his dreams. Dragon is doing something that's so tough and so it just takes so much mind power, like such a strong mindset, where it makes him already a very well-written character, very interesting character, and very impactful character in the world of One Piece. Like even when he's telling Kuma, he's like there's just so much cool stuff recently. I feel like with Kuma and Dragon, like he's bringing up Luffy and stuff, and he's like, a man is a child is a man's weakness. It's like, and that's like such a good moment because Kuma, has already shown that with Bonnie, right? Like he's already shown that. I love Kuma and Dragon, their bond. I'm really intrigued for Dragon. Now, is he a bad friend for not saving Ginny? I mean, yeah, maybe. But the thing with Dragon too is like, I don't think he has to be like Luffy. He's definitely his own character, right? He can make tough decisions. He can make bad decisions as well. People make bad choices, right? Now, we got to see his philosophy. We got to see why Dragon is so cold-hearted, so focused. Because we've seen time and time again that Dragon could push back his own emotions and his own what he thinks he may want to do and do something else. Why is he this? What happened in his past that made him look at the world this way? I think it's very interesting. I think you don't need to have a character be so emotional like Luffy all the time. Dragon is very, very cold. And I like that because it's a very stark contrast. So I put Dragon, here's the thing what I was saying with NL, right? Dragon is already a better written character than NL. NL is one of the worst written characters in One Piece. He's only this high from like entertainment standpoint. But Dragon is like a better written character already. And he's also like just mysterious. He brings a lot of important things to One Piece. Is he better than NL yet? Oh man, it's tough. I'll let Chad vote on that one. And we'll end this Odin poll. I guess Odin is the best twerker in One Piece. Confirmed. A lot of dragon. What is it? Oh no, a lot of dragon hate is very forced and regurgitated points. There are some good points to question, but most people just say BS. I mean, Dragon is a very important character. Like, he's very important, so it's like people are gonna have their takes, and I mean, I disagree, but I do see where they're coming from. So Dragon's winning over NL so far, but we'll move on for now, and then we'll come back to that. Caesar's trash. Let's do like a Zeus tier, real quick. Who are the worst characters in One Piece? Now I'm not saying like Charlos, because I think Charlos at least has a role that's like beneficial for the story. It's kind of funny how ridiculous he is and over the top. I don't think he's a bad character, but I feel like there are some just trash characters in One Piece, like Zeus. I don't think Caesar is as bad as Zeus, but I'll put him in there just because I really don't like Caesar. I find him very annoying. Who else? Who's another bad character? Who are some of the worst characters? Like, just like kind of like forgettable, but like they were just bad, man. Like Queen, like, bro. But not even Queen. Like, Queen's not even that bad. Like, Queen at least is funny. Yeah, Queen's not even. Who could be in that tier? I mean, there's hundreds of characters. There has to be some, right? Oh man, I hate Buggy's crew, bro. I hate Buggy's crew so much. What do we call the worst tier list, or the worst tier for Zeus? Foxy? Nah, see, like, I think Foxy is kind of funny. I don't think he's as bad as Zeus. I see where you're coming from, though, but it's like, I don't know. I don't think he's as bad. It's not as egregious. Sure, Hoshi was really annoying, but I don't think she's even that bad. It's not that many. Now I'm thinking. Oh, I thought of one. Let's see if we can find this guy. Oh man, let's find him. What was the guy's name from Skypiea? The ball guy. He was throwing the balls at Luffy. Oh, what's his name? Where'd I find him? Foxy? Nah. I like Foxy enough to keep him out of this. Where's Skypiea on this? We gotta find. Oh, there they are. All right. Here he is. This is the worst character in One Piece. There. Satori and Watori might be the worst characters of all time. They might be the worst characters ever created. Like, bro, I almost dropped One Piece because of this guy right here. Who else? I just found Dofi, so let's just do Dofi. Listen, bro, I love Dofi. Like I said earlier, he's my favorite villain in One Piece. Blackbeard and Kaido, I think you can give an argument. Maybe Kaido, maybe Katakuri. I don't know. I love Dofi personally, but he has a cool design. You know, when we never knew Dofi's power for so long too, and it's like I always thought he had like mind control powers, some way to control people's minds. But I really do like the string thing. Like, the string fruit is so versatile. It was honestly one of the coolest things of Dressrosa. And his whole backstory was also great. The idea of him being a celestial dragon, and him being so insane that he loved that culture. And then it's like once he gets it torn away from him, all right, well, now he's just gonna just be a crazy villain that's just hateful to, like, and just doing crazy stuff in his own little, like, kingdom where he conquers and he wants to get that back, that feeling of like being a ruler and being able to do whatever he wants, and it's just like Dofi's character written wise, I would argue that Dofi is the best written character in One Piece. Yeah, I honestly think he might be the best written character. I think you could argue Sanji. So there's two like Law, Odin. I think maybe Odin might be a little bit better actually, but it's really close with Dofi and Odin. He's like one of the best written characters for sure though. All right, Crow man, I'll catch you later on OPU. Um, by the way, everyone in chat, make sure that you guys check out OPU. We stream every single Thursday at 5:30. We'll be doing another stream this week, and I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you stopping by. Roger deserves to be number one is a crazy take. What has Roger done in the story? Like, I understand his role. His role is amazing. He's very entertaining from what we've seen here and there, but like, what? Like, does he really deserve to be top one? Like, honestly, bro. Like, come on. Like, let's just be for real here. Like, who else is there? All right, here's another one that I hate, even though he's pretty funny, I will say, but like, still, he just pisses me off. Alright, so speaking of Odin, we could do Odin. Yeah, Roger reached Laugh-Tale, I understand that, but like, it's like, it would be more impactful if we saw the journey, you know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't really see too much. To be fair, it was really a great moment. And that's why like, if we never saw the Odin flashback, Roger wouldn't even be on the list for me, to be honest, but I think he's still, like, decently high. I just don't think he's number one off what we've seen. Like, yeah, he reached Laugh-Tale, but I feel like okay, that's a good point actually. And I'm thinking about, like, that is one of the coolest moments that we've seen. But I don't know, man. And I will say in the anime, Roger is amazing. But like, I would argue, like, the thing with Roger is we just don't know much about his character. Like, all we know about his character is like he's like Luffy. He's very similar to Luffy. But it's just like, like, listen, I'm willing to put him above Akainu, but I cannot put him too high. I'm willing to do this. Alright. I can't go too high with Roger. But that's a good point though. He reached Laugh-Tale. And we saw it too. Like, it was one of the best parts of the Odin flashback. Alright, but now going back to Odin. Odin. Top 5 character in One Piece. I think it's very close with Odin and Garp. I mean, I think Odin is the best written character. I think Garp is another amazing written character. Odin, like, his boil, like, that whole thing of like Odin was meant to be boiled or whatever he said at the end. The whole, like, to me that is the best example of Oda's writing so far in One Piece, because he incorporated the wordplay into it, and that, like, made it to another level, man. Because not only was it emotional, not only was Odin so true to character from what we saw from the first chapter of his flashback, but, oh man, that wordplay kind of thing, it's like, that to me was just such a mind-blowing, like, detail that he threw in, right? To compare Odin to actual Odin, and then have him go out the way that like to have him go out as a boiling pot was insane. I mean, I don't know if there's a character more well written, because even though Odin was flawed, it was like dumb mistakes, but like he's not like an amazingly smart character. But also the fact that like we know that like now we know after I think towards the end of Wano, it made Odin's character even more solidified, because at first you could have the complaint of like, why did Odin not just fight Kaido? But then we kind of know now it's like Orochi was holding his own father hostage, because if you look back, like, and this was a theory I had, which was like basically confirmed. Odin asked him, "What do you do with my father?" Right, and then he starts twerking in the streets. But the problem is like that implies that Orochi used his father and these other people's lives as well as hostages, and as like as a way to manipulate Odin into doing what he wants and not fighting him, and not just slaughtering people and Kaido and fighting Kaido. And so he kind of had a hold on Odin, and that's also why he didn't want to talk to his family about it, because you know he's like he doesn't want to bring the burden of his own decision onto them. So I really do love Odin, man. He's a family man. He died for Wano, and he was so influential to people like Yamato, to many people that carried on the legacy. When we see Kaido versus the samurai, all they're talking about is Odin. Like Odin really like is important for this arc, and his legacy lives on. But he got easily tricked. I wouldn't say easily tricked, because like I said, it was actually manipulation. Orochi is not like good at really anything, but we've at least seen he's good at negotiations, and he's good at manipulation fairly well, right? Are you talking about like he got tricked by the clone fruit? I mean, to be fair, in that case, Luffy got distracted, and like this almost a similar situation happened. So and the only difference is that Odin doesn't have Gear 5. Like I think the thing of him getting tricked is a very human response. I feel like almost any of the top tiers would make that mistake, from like probably Roger to even like Whitebeard, or like a lot of people would make that mistake. Maybe not Whitebeard, like maybe not him, maybe not Garp, but a younger version of them maybe, right? Because Odin wasn't that old yet. But yeah, I love Odin, man. And just like the way that Oda set him up, is like this larger than life figure, right? Because when he comes into Wano, we see like he's being so hyped up. He's just being like, Odin is that guy. I could go on and on about Odin for a long time, but I plan on making a video about him. So I'll just leave that for that. And I guess we could do Momonosuke since we're on Odin. I love Momonosuke. I didn't like him at first. Once again, I found him annoying. I found him just, kind of just like, why is he just hanging around so much? Why is he here? But he's had a great amount of growth. We've seen a lot of growth from Momonosuke. That's the best way I could describe it, because he went from this little annoying boy to a true leader. And someone that, even though we had to force it out of him, even though Yamato and Luffy had to force it out of him, they've he's grown because of them. Similar to Koby, right? And I love his new design. The whole reveal with him being a giant dragon, and him like becoming a 28-year-old man. I love that too, because he sacrificed his own childhood for the betterment of Wano. That's all he could do, and I love that for his character, because he was willing to put this stuff on the line. He's willing to do the sacrifices that it takes. I would even say I like him. I don't know as much as Koby. It's very tough. I think a little bit more than Koby. I don't know. I like Momonosuke, but man, all right, go vote in the Dragon and Nell pool, man, because this is 50-50 right now. We'll come back to Momonosuke and Koby too. You think so? You think Kid's not even close, or you think Shank's not even close to the Gorosei? Why do you say that? You said, and then you said someone else said Mont Blanc Nolan is top 10 if we're talking story from Dow. I think Nolan is good. I don't think he's anywhere near top 10, but he's good. Yeah, he probably makes a list to be honest, but yeah, where is Nolan actually? I want to find Nolan. Where is Scorpia? Morgan's is a fun one. I don't know if he makes the list, but where is Nolan? Helmeppo is like a funny one too. Where's Nolan? Mont Blanc Nolan. If you never said Nolan, bro, be honest, like I probably would have forgot him, but I do think he's a great character. I think top 10 is like way too high. Where's Nolan? All right, but in the meantime, we can still do some Straw Hats. I got Emu right here. I didn't forget Emu. I just don't know if we should even consider him a character yet. You said one Gorosei has the power to defeat Joy Boy, and that's enough. Listen, bro. We don't even know if that's true. I mean, for all we know, Luffy might be able to defeat a Gorosei. And this whole idea that like if you can defeat Joy Boy, that means like you're stronger than everyone. I mean, Kaido defeated Joy Boy. I mean, a lot of people defeated Joy Boy, right? Croc defeated Joy Boy. Like Luffy has lost fights. Let's not act like he never lost a fight. I think it's a very, very bad argument. It's a very, very bad road to go down. But if you want to go that way, I mean, we can. What if I told you that Shanks can also defeat Joy Boy? Like I don't understand. Like one Gorosei has the power to defeat Joy, but let's say that's even true. Shanks can also do it too. You don't think Shanks can defeat Luffy? He definitely has a shot at it. I would argue that it's not even close, but it definitely has a chance to defeat Luffy, right? So like, I don't really understand that logic, but where is Nolan at? We'll have to. Oh no, here's Scorpia. Here's Scorpia. So here's Kalgara. Where's Nolan? Bro, where is he? Does anyone in the chat see Nolan? I see Kalgara. Did I already put him up there somewhere? Nah, no, I don't think I did. All right, man. We'll have to come back to it because I can't find it. But in the meantime, we can do Soge King and Usopp. Here's the thing with me, man. Like, I think Usopp might be my least favorite Straw Hat. The problem is like Usopp will grow, and then he'll revert back. Like, he'll become a coward, and then he'll revert back. So what's the point of the growth? Now, to be fair, you could say he's a very human character. And actually, I had a conversation with this with Morge, and it made me realize this. Like, you could say Usopp, the argument would be like Usopp is a very human character. So that makes sense because some people are truly cowards, right? So they revert back to their true nature. You know, you can't just change overnight. And so the thing with Usopp is like he becomes something, he grows, but then he comes back down a little. And then he grows, and then he comes back down. I mean, if that's the type of character you like, I mean, I will say it is very human, it's very real, very realistic. But That's fine. I mean, I'm not saying I hate Usopp. Just not my type of character. And I would also say like it kind of like ruins the appreciation for the growth with the story that we're seeing. Now I feel like Usopp can be redeemed by, and this might be toxic, but I think Usopp has to die. I think Usopp has to die to be redeemed. But I think there's a possibility that it could happen if he dies sacrificing himself for the Straw Hats. I think that'll be a true act of bravery, but also loyalty. And we've seen Usopp, with fighting Luffy and stuff. So I like Usopp sometimes. He's also annoying sometimes. He's also kind of fake sometimes, and he's like arguing with Luffy. Doesn't respect Luffy. It's just like there's a lot of stuff that's like kind of strange, and because that kind of brings down Luffy's character, right? That Usopp of all people has no respect for you. It's like, man, like why is this guy on the crew? Why does Luffy want Usopp on his crew? I don't understand. Like the only reason why is because he knew his dad. Like he felt bad for the guy. But why do you feel bad for a bum, man? Like Usopp is a liar, a deceiver, a coward. I will say too, I do like the idea of Usopp in his design. Aesop fables and like him being like a Pinocchio looking character with a long nose because he's always lying. Like that's a cool little detail, right, in the design. I think Usopp has great design, but I just he's kind of fallen down my list over the years, especially after Wano, man. Like the moment for me where I really did not like Usopp was when Luffy tells his dream, right? We saw in the anime recently when Luffy tells his crew his dream for the first time after thousands of chapters. It's like how is this possible that you've been a Straw Hat for this long? Luffy's been the greatest friend to you, the greatest thing that ever happened to you, and now you don't even you're being a horrible friend in the fact that everyone's like shocked or whatever, like they're surprised, or some people are not surprised, but we're seeing the reactions. It's one thing to have a reaction or even a thought, and it's another thing to say multiple times to Luffy, there's no way you can do that. That's impossible. Just like shitting on his dream. It's like, bro, like that, like you're literally being a bad friend. No one else in the Straw Hats is like going out of their way to be a bad friend. It's ridiculous, man. Like, out of everyone, you should believe in Luffy, bro. This guy just beat Kaido, and you still don't believe in him. I don't get it, man. I don't like that energy. And Usopp, man, that really irked me. So I would even say he's below Vivi right now. Not even worse. Like he's like in the green bill, like kind of cool but kind of not cool. Like he's in that tier. I hate Usopp so much too. Listen, man, I don't even hate him. It's just like some things I do hate though. Like there's some moments where it's like come on, bro. Like what are we doing here? I feel like he's almost made to be like hated so much. Like I would have makes him do stuff that just makes you hate him more and more. And he does have good moments too, like with God Usopp, and like he'll have like a big or like a really funny moment here and there, but it's not consistent enough. And he doesn't, like in Wano, he didn't do anything. He was completely irrelevant in that arc. So let's go to another good character, because I don't want to be like just hating on the Straw Hats, man. I love the Straw Hats. We'll do Franky. Now, Franky, listen, man, this is a hot, like, controversial pick. I think Franky's the top 10 character in One Piece. Now, listen, I know that's a crazy thing to say for some people. I mean, just look at the guy. Just look at his face, bro. Like, but the thing is, like, I love his character because his energy is just so loud. It's so present. It embodies One Piece. Like his energy is perfect for One Piece. It's so entertaining. It's so addicting. Like Franky just gives you like life. Like it just makes you happy. It's like I love Franky so much in this story. And I will admit that he hasn't been great since the post time skip, but just in Water 7 alone, like that carried. And I always say it, like if there's anyone who has like failed their potential, it's probably Franky, because I feel like Franky has the energy, and like he's just always been that guy where it's like he might have Conqueror's Haki, he just will never awaken it, right? Like he'll never actually have it. He has the energy of one, bro. fighting Gorosei, fighting Big Mom, like just stepping in the way of things, and like big Uncle Franky, man. Like this dude is just, I love him, man. He cracks me up. Like he's so funny, bro. Like he's legit, like every arc he has like a funny moment. Whether it's Senior Pink, whether it's the Punk Hazard thing, like we said earlier, where he's like making crazy faces and like talking like Chopper. Like it's like so much funny moments with Franky, and it's just such a cool character. I really hope that Oda could do more with him as well. But there's almost nothing bad about his character. I don't think there's anything bad. It's just we just want more. He's a cyborg. That's just so cool, man. Is he better than Robin? I don't know if he's better than Robin. I would probably say Franky is better than Mihawk. Oh man, it's tough, bro. All right, I'll put him below Blackbeard, but I can't put him too high. What do you guys think, Chad? Do you like Franky? Yeah, super, man. Like that's one of the most iconic catchphrases in One Piece. Like the moment where when Robin like squeezes nuts, like bro, it's like it just he just makes me laugh so much, bro. Like, oh, by the way, we didn't talk about Soge King. Listen, bro, I don't like Usopp that much, but I love Soge King, and it's like probably one of my favorite moments in Water 7. It was so funny, so iconic. How good is Soge King? Well, here. So we have T-Bone here. We'll put Soge King in like. We'll put him top. Well, now I don't know. I like his because I want to like actually rank him because I actually genuinely like his character. I hate Franky's post-time suit design. It just looks horrible sometimes. Where do we put Soge King? Soge King. I will put him. I will put him above Fujitora. I can't put him that much higher, but I do love Soge King. Who's the next one that we're doing? We'll do the Gorosei. Listen, I don't know if we can. I'd rather put the Gorosei than Emu because we've at least seen the Gorosei. We at least seen like character moments from them, right? Like, and the thing with the Gorosei is, I think that's one of my favorite chapters ever. When Saturn arrived and he transformed and did his little satanic circle and started shooting his own people with like whatever his powers are and just like he was just a monstrous character. When it was confirmed that they're like these demonic guys and like it's exactly what we wanted from One Piece and more. I think it was a game-changing chapter, and I love the entire concept of the Gorosei. But yeah, I really love I just love the Gorosei so much, man. I would even consider putting them above Kaido. I think they might be above Kaido. Yeah, I think they might be. Yeah, they're pretty incredible. Um, I'm trying to think. Kuzan or Kuma is close, bro. It's actually close. Yeah, we only got development from one. I agree, but we kind of know like we've seen things like when they blew up a heart. That was the Gorosei. They've made like big character like that's a character moment. Like they had to make that decision. That kind of like that changed everything. Like the Gorosei, just their existence alone is like, it's just, it makes One Piece so much better. Um, okay, so Kuzan or here we'll do a poll. Okay, Dragon finally won that poll, so he goes over NL, and then let's do Kuma or Kuzan. Make a new poll. Kuma or Kuzan? Nani above Purple Tiger? All right. So does the Gorosei deserve to be above Fujitora? Yeah, that's a good point. Listen, man. All right, we'll put him at the end of this tier for now because, like how you said, we haven't seen too much of his character. I just love the Gorosei, so we'll keep him pretty high, but not like too crazy high. Marco. I think Marco. I actually genuinely like Marco. I think he has one of my top 5 favorite devil fruits, maybe even top 3. The Phoenix fruit. Um, it's just such a great. It just looks so cool, man. Like the blue flames and everything. Such a unique fruit too. But it's tough. Like I would put him. So we got a lot of characters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is he better than Corazon? Personally, I like him more than Corazon. I like him more than Koby. I like him more than Momonosuke. I like him more than Bonnie. Bonnie is close. I would say Bonnie is close. That's about as high as Marco can really legitimately be for me. I would put Momonosuke a little bit higher, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Um, my top 8: Fisher, Tiger, Garp, Momonosuke, Kuma, Buggy, Whitebeard, Teach, and Luffy. That's a good list. That's a really good. The only one I disagree with is Wiper. Um, it's like I don't know if Wiper is like that high for me, but I do like Wiper. Um, I just like I don't know. We just didn't see too much of him. But I will say, Wiper did get a lot better after the Nolan flashback because it gave us so much more context. The idea that he's like holding on to his his culture and his lineage and inheriting their wills and carrying on their legacy and fighting for their people and stuff. It was a good character. It's just there's just so many great characters in One Piece. But we could do Wiper, and then I'll put him. I'll put him like we could do put him above Tom for now. All right, so let's get to some more big names here. Kid. Oh man. Kid goes in that tier with Satori, Zeus, Caesar, and Stelly, unfortunately. Yeah, Kid is just a meme at this point, man. Like, what can I say? Actually, to be fair, I like some aspects to Kid. Definitely like Kid more than Carrot. Definitely more than Beppo. Definitely more than a lot of these guys. Yeah, he can go in the Usopp tier. Ah man, it's tough. Kid is a weird one, bro. Like he's like a really strange one to rank. Put him above Greenbow for now. don't know. Actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, I might have to put him higher. Yeah, I'll put him at like 50, like in the 50 range. All right, let's kind of like get moving through this. Smoker is a bum. Never liked his character. Um, Mosgard is very interesting. I would say Mosgard deserves to be like above Cobra, like in that range right there. Brook, another straw hat for Brook. I like Brook. Hey, listen, I think Brook has one of the coolest designs in One Piece. Okay, so Mosgard. So I see in the comments where you got Mosgard, one of the best side character arcs. I agree. I actually agree because him learning and like going to Fishman Island, right? And it's like he went there, and his entire life was changed by Odahime. The cause and effect of meeting Odahime and her sacrificing herself for Celestial Dragon was like revolutionary stuff. And the fact that we see it play out multiple times with this character, where he punches Charlos, he really had to like go into a deep introspective change in his life and how he saw the world. It really changed how he viewed everything. And I really do like that because it comes full circle when he what is it called, when he saves Shirahoshi, right? That was actually a really good moment. Like that was like full circle for his character. I really do like Motorguard a lot. And it also shows us a very important thing in One Piece that, the Celestial Dragons are evil, but they can change, and also that not all of them are evil. Right? Like Dofi's father, like he wasn't evil. He wanted out of that life. So I really do love Motorguard and what he means to the story. Now, how high does he go? Um, I I don't know. I would put him next to Kira. I think that's fine. Um, Actually, now I'm thinking about it. I think I might like these like fatherly like older guys more than some of these characters, man. Koby, I think I. All right, Brook. Where do we put Brook? I think Brook is, like I said, he has the best design in One Piece. Arguably one of the best. Up there with Mihawk, up there with, certain characters. Boa Hancock is one. Um, but he definitely has one of the best designs. Now, is that enough to get him so high up in the list? I mean, he's also has a great backstory. Um, I really do like Brook. The whole aspect of music, especially in the anime, Brook is much better. When you're singing Being Sake and like bringing the musical aspect to it, it really is like, and like the whole idea of a skeleton on the crew that's come to life. Like that is such a cool piratey idea, right? So I think his existence is very, it just adds a lot of flavor and fun to One Piece. Brook over Perona. Listen, I can't go that high for me personally because I know I'm a huge Perona fan. Personally, it's like a bias, but I can see like I can do above core zone maybe. Um, I do like Brook, but I don't think he's like my favorite or anything. Let's do Sabo. Sabo. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's got 9. All right. So that's 9 right there. For Sabo, listen, I'm a huge fan of Sabo. I know people hate on him. They say he's an ace clone. I love Sabo because when we saw him as a kid, he was already like the most mature little kid I've ever seen before. And he was like already such a well-written character as a child. I mean, even just as a child, I already love Sabo. So just for that alone, and then we see him, like I will say, like him getting Ace's fruit was really like a emotional, important moment. There are flaws with Sabo. Like I wish he was introduced earlier. I wish we saw more of him with Sabo, with like Ace and Luffy, and he was like brought up more, or we saw like the Ace flashback and Sabo flashback before Marineford. There's ways this character could be a lot better. Um, but for what he is and being the right-handed dragon, being a revolutionary, um, going to Marizua, we saw like the passion in his eyes and everything, and facing the Gorosei and making it out alive from that situation. I mean, there's just been a lot of great moments with Sabo, starting an entire revolution, or not starting, sorry, but inspiring more and more people and being like the face of the revolution now, as this lovable guy, like this guy that like you can really put your trust behind him. Like Dragon is like a scary, terrifying, cloaked figure that's like in the shadows, mysterious, and like he's not like a fun guy, right? But Sabo is like this fun, lovable guy that everyone can understand that like if he's like doing this, it just brings a lot more of a relatability to it. And I think his role in One Piece is incredible. Um is he like the best character in One Piece? I don't know if he's like amazing, but like he is good. He's very good for sure. I'll put him definitely over Yamato. I think that's fine right there. Above Yamato and below the Gorosei. Get even Crocodile. All right, so this is a hot take right now because I'm not a huge fan of Crocodile, to be honest. And you know, I love Croc because he just has such a cool vibe. You know, he's got the golden hook, and he's got that whole like he's got the scar on his face. He's got like there's a lot of cool stuff going on with Croc, the Sandman, and like I don't know. I just got kind of tired of Croc though because like he assembled the worst crew ever. Robin doesn't like really trust him and care about him. Bonchan even like just cared more for Luffy, and like he assembled this like ragtag team. Like Daz Bones is the only loyal one. And aside from those, like besides like Robin and like Daz Bones and Bonchan, maybe they're kind of like they're just kind of bums, man. Like the Baroque Works is not like an impressive organization. Where is Croc? I thought he was like pretty high up here. But I would say like Croc, he's pretty cool. I think like the idea of him conquering Alabasta and him wanting to make Alabasta his like home territory was a really cool idea since he's sand, right? So to make a desert and to like conquer through sand is like that was a really cool idea. The way he manipulated everything was really cool, but unfortunately, aside from that, he's like he hasn't really done much, and I don't know. He's just like I just wish he would have finished off Luffy, right? Like, or at least like had a better plan to finish him off. Not finish him off and like kill him. He almost did, right? But it's like I feel like he should have seen these things coming with Robin, and like I don't know, man. His character for me is all over the place. Now he comes back with the Yonko crew. It's like, I mean, that's cool, but we gotta see more. I'm not a huge fan of Croc, I'll just be honest, but I do appreciate him. He was a very challenging figure for Luffy at that time. That was like his biggest enemy by far. I do like him more than Green Bull, right? Like he's definitely better than Green Bull. His design is really cool. He almost did kill Luffy. That's true. But I would say Kaido might have been the closest to kill Luffy because like Kaido literally ended Luffy's heartbeat. Like Luffy basically died, right? If it wasn't for Gear 5 Awakening, he might have actually died. So I would say Kaido was probably the closest one. Let's do Kizaru. I think Kizaru is an amazing character as well. He's very entertaining. You gotta love him. Like his entrance in Sabaody cannot be overlooked. One of the all-time greats. You know, his faces. He's just such a goofball, man. Like I just love him, bro. You never know if he's serious or you never know what he's doing. Like he's just like completely like unpredictable, unreadable. Oh, how good is he though? I like Boa better for sure. I like Fisher Tiger better. I think I would say I like Roger better. I would say Akainu I like a little bit better as well. I can probably put him near Buggy in that range. Yeah. Kuma wins over Kuzan. All right. So Kuma wins over Kuzan. Let's see who else we could do. King, does King make the list? I really do think King is a great character. Or not a great character, but like a cool character. I don't know if he deserves to be on this list. He's definitely better than Beppo and Killer. He's like around the Killer range, actually. He's a Lunarian, like interesting design, cool powers, loyal to Kaido. I do like Killer. I do like King actually, to be honest. Do I like him more than Usopp? I don't know if I'd go that far. Wapple, or not Wapple. Here look, it's tough. I would say. Yeah, he probably is around that Killer range, to be honest. Yeah, make sure you like the stream if you're in here still. If you're new to the stream, make sure you go ahead and like it. Blackbeard is probably the most hated. Yeah, I think he is the most hated. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have Blackbeard really low. They might not even have him on the list, which is valid. But you know, for me, I love a great villain. King, I don't know what to do with King, man, because like the thing with King is oh man, it's tough. But I don't really want to think about this stuff too much. It's like, who cares if like King or Killer? It's like they're both good. I'll probably put King over Killer. And then actually I'll put even King over Tom, to be honest. Kung Fu Dugongs were just incredible, bro. Absolute savages in that arc. Yo, is it bad to say that I like the Kung Fu Dugongs more than Laboon? So we got Magellan. I don't know if Magellan makes it. I mean, I do like his character. Let's see. I'd probably make it like right here. Around there. Yeah, like around there. Like around Tom area. I'll say probably even like a little bit higher than Tom. Actually, yeah, around like the Tom area. All right. Let's get another good one right now. Nami. Now I know. See, so another one. Nami. I like Robin more than Nami. Let me know in the chat. Who do you like more, Nami or Robin? Should we do a poll real quick? I do like Nami. I will say she's grown on me. I was not a fan of her at first. I found her kind of just like whatever. But one thing I noticed with the live action, right? And this is no hate to the live action. I actually really enjoyed it. And I did enjoy Nami in the live action. But one thing I realized is like the energy that Nami brings in the anime is so it's top tier, man. Like, no hate to the actor. She did great. But the thing is, like, I don't think it captured that same essence of Nami's energy the same way. Like, Nami brings in so much, like, fun and so much adventure and so much, like, she just brings so much to the crew. Especially in the East Blue Saga, especially in like Water 7, like arcs like that. in so many arcs. But it's like in Whole Cake Island, she had an amazing arc. Nami has an amazing design, especially. And you know what the thing is too? People love the pre-time skip more. Nami's design in the post-time skip is just better. Like, it's just better. The outfits are better. The design is better. The long hair looks amazing, right? I love Nami in the post-time skip better, man. Her energy isn't as good all the time. Like, she's not even like involved as much in the story. Like, pre-time skip Nami was better, but her design I do prefer post-time skip. Nami is one that I've overlooked for so long, and I see it now, man. Like, I'm actually starting to see why people love Nami, because she brings that One Piece vibe, bro. It's just, she brings it, man. She's very well written as well, and that's something that I didn't really like see for a while, but my mind is starting to change, because Nami is exactly what her character is. Like, when we see, like, and we've seen big moments, like when Luffy when Luffy died or whatever, like, or no, not when Luffy died. That was important too, though. But like, when we saw Oti threaten Nami and tell her to, like, say, like, that Luffy can't be the Pirate King, and like Usopp's like thinking like, oh, you should just lie or whatever. But Nami, like, the way she switched it up and like said it, and like, that was so well done. The way that she believes in Luffy, man. Like, you would think this cowardly character would just lie, right? But she believes in Luffy so much. And she's been there since day one, man. It's a true day one character. Like, she's truly loyal to Luffy. And there's reasons why. It's not just like, she's not just loyal for like the power of friendship. Like, there's reasons why they're truly friends. What Luffy's done for her, freed her, bringing her like true joy and happiness, right? Like, I don't know, man. I've been starting to appreciate Nami a lot more. Now, does that mean she's like top tier? No, I don't think she's as good as Robin. I've always been a Robin person personally, but I do like Nami. I will say that I do like her a lot more than I used to. I'll put her above Enel. This is about as high as I can go. For now, but we'll see what happens with that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we still got 9 in some of those. Sengoku, does he make the list? Listen, I'll be honest. I don't really care too much about Sengoku. Like he just hasn't done anything. Like, he's had a few big moments with Law, and like his devil fruit's really cool, but I don't know, man. Sengoku's never been a favorite of mine, personally. Nami, I gotta move on. Nami? Listen, bro, I know there's a lot of Nami fans, but she's not my favorite, man. Let's do the Mary. We'll do the Mary, and we'll throw in the Sunny together. I like the Sunny more, man. Now, is the Sunny a better character? I mean, no, but and to be fair, I do want to see like a Club Bottom in form of the Sunny one day. But I do think the idea of like Sun God Nika pulling up in a sun boat, a sun ship created for him, with like Adam wood and like Roger's like the wood that was used for Roger. It's like symbolizing Luffy becoming the next Pirate King. Like, all that stuff is really cool. Sunny has a lot of personality with like it might not have like an actual personality and like an actual soul how we saw with the Mary yet, but just like even the fact that it has like the mini Mary, we see like the Coupe de Burst and stuff. Like, I just like the Sunny a lot more. But yeah, man. Let's do Jinbe. I like Jinbe a lot, to be honest. Like, his whole like calm, collected, like elderly like vibe that he's got going on. And Jinbe legitimately has some of the best moments of One Piece. Standing up to Big Mom, showing no fear. That was the first time we saw anything like that going up against a Yonko, right? And then we see what was it? Jinbe fighting Big Mom to save Luffy at the end of Whole Cake. Incredible moments. Jinbe's return during Wano. Jinbe and Luffy and that speech he gave him about like, you gotta let go of the past and think about the future and care about your crew and everything. You still have your crew. Like, he just tells him real stuff, man. Like, I love Jinbe in these big moments. Helping Luffy. And like the one thing I love about Jinbe too is when we saw in this lobby, not in this Impel Down. When he first met Luffy, he's like I can't follow you. I only follow people I respect. I only like, he didn't have the respect for Luffy that he had for Ace and that he had for Whitebeard and that he had for like these other people. But the fact that like over the arc and over the entire Marineford War, it shows that Jinbe respected Luffy because he ends up following him. He ends up saying, you know what? I actually do respect you. I'm gonna fight with you. I'm gonna do whatever you say. I will become your crewmate, right? Like, the fact that he earned Jinbe's respect, I think, was very telling, and I think it was a very important moment. And I love that Jinbe didn't just like join the crew like how like Usopp did. Like, Jinbe was like, he almost like Luffy had to earn it through his actions and through his character. And when you see like Law and like Kid reacting to Jinbe joining the crew, it's like it feels so much more because we know Luffy deserves it. You know what I'm saying? So to this day though, Shiki dancing around in Strong World is one of the funniest things, bro. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna rank him, to be honest, but I just thought that I had to say that. Sanji, let's do Sanji. Sanji is like, Sanji's perfect, man. A perfect combination of funny and goofy, a perfect combination of cool when he needs to be cool. Like, he's just the perfect combo, right? Like, Sanji I think Sanji might be the most funny character in One Piece. He might be the most hilarious. It's him or Luffy, right? And that's a tall task because One Piece is known for its comedy, for its goofiness. But without Sanji, it would not even be close to as funny, man. And I know some people are tired of the gags, tired of Sanji being a pervert, a simp, or whatever. But I like, even in Fishman Island, I thought it was hilarious. I know people hate that, but Sanji is just so funny to me. I mean, the idea that it's like mermaids and his dream, right? And I don't know, it's over the top, but like, that's what I love about anime. That's what I loved about One Piece. One Piece is so ridiculous. It's not realistic at all, right? This stuff is like so over the top and crazy and just like, and just it's not real. Like, but that's what I love about it. I don't want it to be this like realism, like, this like really like I don't want things to be so grounded. I want things to be grounded in the sense of like certain emotional moments, but I don't want things to be grounded in the sense of reality. I don't, because then it allows, like, it takes all the fun away. One Piece is all about fun, right? And like the fun part is like being able to do crazy stuff. And Sanji's like so over the top, man. His dynamic with Zoro is just, it's just legendary, bro. It's like, as much as I love Zoro, you gotta give credit to Sanji. It's both sides, like Sanji and Zoro. They like together, it's like the greatest dynamic. I do have some issues with like Sanji going to Whole Cake Island and stuff, and like, not even that, not even him going, but like him refusing to back down when Luffy gave him an order. That's when I was like, come on, man, like it's your captain, like you gotta respect his orders. I wasn't even mad when he left, right? Like, he was trying to protect the crew. I actually, that was a good moment for his character. I was like, Sanji's like becoming a top tier character, but I can nitpick his character. But at the end of the day, man, Sanji is an essential character for One Piece. I mean, I get so excited when Sanji and Zoro are on the screen. Either one of them. They just bring so much. And I know it's like, because some Zoro fans will be like, man, like Sanji's like not that great. But listen, man, they're both great. It's really just your preference and what you prefer. But I think if you don't have Sanji and Zoro in your top 10, you're insane. I think you're completely insane. Um, that's just me, but just an iconic duo. And like I said, Sanji has my favorite Straw Hat backstory too. I mean, like it's such a personal one for me. Um, his fighting style is so unique compared to Zoro, like compared to everyone. Like bro, this dude's like fighting with his feet. Uh, the blue fire is just it's so cool, man. It's just so much. There's so much I could talk about Sanji all day. Um, I just love him, man. He's just by far the funniest character in One Piece with Luffy, and that really matters to me. Like comedy, like when you're that funny, it's hard to remember. It's like hard to forget you. Like it's like when it's like he's unrealistically funny. He's always been. So I don't know. Ever since Sanji joined Baratie, that's when I'm like, yeah, One Piece is good. But before that, I was like, could you imagine if it wasn't Sanji? Like Usopp, it's just Usopp joins, and then we don't have Sanji, and it's just like the next straw hat isn't until like Robin and Franky. Like it just wouldn't be the same, man. All right, so Sanji, I always go like I always have trouble ranking him though. Like, is he better than Garp? I don't know. Like, I do like Garp a lot. Sanji, I like a lot. The problem is like I love these characters so much in the top 10, even the top like 30 to be honest. But like the top 10 is like really like all S tier characters. So it's like, I mean, listen. Some days I like Robin more, but I think just I'm gonna have to go with Sanji above Robin for now. Garp and Sanji is tough. I'll let you guys decide that one. Nami and Robin, 50-50 poll. Alright, Chad, go check out the poll. Sanji or Garp, and then we'll keep on moving on. I'm trying to finish this list as soon as possible. So let's do like Rayleigh. I know this guy is definitely going to be on the list. I'm a huge Rayleigh fan. I think he's just like this. Like I said, the prototypical archetype of a cool character like Mihawk. He's done so well. But where does he really rank? I think he's above Roger for sure. We've seen way more with Rayleigh than Roger. I would put him above Perona as well. Does he go above Fisher Tiger though? That's a tough one. Um, I don't know. I think Rayleigh is perfect, like next to Fisher Tiger. He's just such a cool character, like a lot of other characters in One Piece. But I mean, this guy when he comes in, like he comes in with Congress Aki observation, like the way he is introduced is incredible. The right hand man of Roger, like he's just a legendary character, right? Like those old legendary guys, like those old Jedi Master type of, yeah, like Oda does it so well, and Rayleigh is no exception. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. Um, I, it's hard for me to put him above Roger. I don't know. They're just. I think I like him a little bit more than Roger, but they're close. Trying to see if there's anyone that I'm missing. Um, Bogard maybe will do. We could try. Let's see what else we got going on. Hey, make sure you like the stream if you haven't already. We gotta get those likes up. But you want to do Kid next? Did we do Kid already? I thought we did. Yeah, I put Kid right here next to Bege. 50, around that 50 range. Um, let's see. I'm gonna go through this list and see if there's anyone big that we missed. So let's see. Like, Yeah, we got. Alright, so I think there's a few. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, there's so many Wano characters that are just like I don't even know their names. Man, bro, that's a lot of Wano characters. All right, um, Sparrow might be worth ranking. I don't know, but Big News Morgans I think is a cool character for sure. Is he better than? I like it. You know what? I like Big News more than Usopp for sure. Um. Oh, there's one character here. There's one character that I don't like, and I want to find him. So let's just look through everything. Then we'll come back and rank everything. I want to find Bellamy. Where's Bellamy? Here's Pudding. I'm not a fan of Pudding, to be honest. She's cool. Not sure how far Pudding makes it up my list, but she's alright. Rose, listen, man, I'm just like a fan of Rose. It's not even like there's not even anything to really rank and like base this stuff off of. I just like a Rose, and like there's no way I'm putting Kid over him. You know what I'm saying? So I would put him that high. If it was up to me, I'd put a Rose number one. We'll leave him there for now, and see what happens. So we gotta find a few more of these like bigger names that. Oh, Mister Three. Maybe we'll rank him. Um, Alvita. We could do Alvita maybe. I like the thing is I don't know if these make the list. So I just hate Buggy's crew, man. Just hate them. Um, who else could we do? No, yeah. Where is Nolan, bro? I think he actually deserves to be on this list too. Oh, there you. Yeah, I found Nolan finally. We'll do Nolan next. So Nolan, Bellamy's here. I believe that's Bellamy, right? Okay, so we got Bellamy, we got Rebecca right here. Let's see if there's any more like noticeable names. Mother Carmel's like an interesting one. I don't think she makes the list though. Um, Sugar had at least a cool devil fruit, maybe worth ranking. Dorian Brogy, they're decent. All right, so let's Otehime. There we go. See, that's like a big one that we should rank. See, that's why you gotta look through all these, cause then you find like some one character that's hidden in between. And it's like a big character. Shiryu maybe. Lucci, we could do Lucci. Wanzi, I'm a huge fan of Wanzi. Iceberg maybe. Bogart maybe. We could do maybe Rocks. Rocks. I think is in the same camp as Emu. I don't think we have enough yet. OT, another fan favorite for some people. Um, who else? Wapple maybe. Viola maybe. Clover. Here we go. Clover, Vegapunk, Ben Beckman. Maybe Shirahoshi, Foxy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw Foxy in. I know someone said Foxy's the worst character. I don't think he's the worst. He's definitely annoying for sure. I don't think he's that bad though. Um, Hody Jones. I hate Hody Jones. Um, oh wait, we gotta go back to the Fishman because I want to find Arlong. I actually like Arlong. Where is he? Oh, see, I lost it already. Um, yeah, we gotta do Rebecca. The thing with Rebecca is like, oh man, like she was so annoying in the anime, but and the thing I thought Rebecca was so lame too because like her defensive fighting. I just thought that was like the most lame thing ever, but I do like. I mean, I don't know if I would say I like her as a character. She's a good written character. It's just I don't know, man. I wasn't really invested too much. I was mostly invested because of Kiros, to be honest. Um, let's see. Here's King Neptune. We can maybe do. So yeah, it's like I'm trying to see. We could do Suru, maybe. I'm not sure if she makes it, but it's Koala. Let's look down more. Let's go in reverse order. Oars. We could do oars maybe. Oh, here's a good one. What's this guy's name? Chat, what's his name from Wano? Shimotsuki something. The guy who sacrificed himself. Tama is a good one. I like Tama. We could do a few more Wano ones. We just gotta find them, bro. There's so many Wano characters. Did Otohime make the list? Well, we're going to rank her soon. We just found her, and I'm definitely gonna have to put her in my rankings somewhere. I'm a big fan. Big fan of Otohime. Polly, we got. Is that Pan? What is that? The toad, it's like frog thing from Water 7. Oh, we got the Tontatas. I don't think they made the list, but it's a funny shout out. Okay, here we go. Here's the Fishman. Here's Arlong. That's what I was looking for. All right. Chopper. We gotta do Chopper for sure. Moria. Does Moria make the list, bro? I'm gonna be honest. Moria might be in like the bottom tier. Monet. Not a fan of Monet. Honestly, I think I might. Yeah, Monet was just like, oh man, I did not like her character. But the thing with Monet too is like she was a necessary piece for Zoro to shine in that arc. Treble in that tier. Yeah, where's Treble, bro? He belongs in that tier. Where is he? We gotta find that for sure. Stussy. Where's Treble? Treble. We need to find the Dressrosa characters. And Doflamingo's whole crew. Lola? Wait, where's Treble? Treble. Where is... Did I miss any? I don't want to miss any Straw Hats. We got the Doug from Alabasta. Oh, we got Barto. We gotta do Barto. Yeah, for sure. Bart. We got, let's see. I think that's pretty much it. I want to find Treble, and then I think we can continue. Treble. I also hate this guy, man. I hate it. Just his design just like pisses me off. But like a lot of guys from Skypiea, I did not like. But we gotta find Treble for sure. Who was that guy in Fishman Island that was like that weird creep guy? that was sniping Otohime or Shirahoshi. Can we find her? Or can we find him? It was like Vanderdecken or someone. I think it was Vanderdecken. Yeah. All right, we can continue and we'll go back and find Trouble after. But let's do we'll do Arlong. I actually really like Arlong. Um, I think Arlong was a great villain for the beginning of the East Blue Saga. The entire thing of like Arlong and like his beliefs of fishman superiority and having this complex that like fishmen are the superior race because they can swim and like they like that whole concept was really cool. And the thing about Arlong too is like he was such a villain for Nami, but in turn it like was a great thing for Nami's character. And even just the idea of a fishman race in a story of pirates, instantly I think that was another moment after Mihawk. But when I saw that, I was like, yo, One Piece is lit, bro. Like this is like I just fell in love because it's like that is exactly what I was going into and wanting to see from a show about pirates. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was my mindset going into it, but I really do love Arlong, man. For what he was worth for the beginning of the story, I would say he's definitely a better villain than NL. He's definitely, and when we learn more about him later on during Fishman Island, he got even better. So, the only thing is, I wish we would have rather seen more of Arlong than like Cody Jones, or like if Arlong returned as like a side villain or some kind of villain factor. I wish we would have seen a lot more from Arlong. But besides that, like I think he's a great character. Um, I would put him above NL for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Is he above Nami? I don't know if he's better than Nami, but yeah, he's above NL. Kuros. Let's do another character. We could do Lucci. I really do like Lucci. Um, I like that he's like a truly evil character. Like the way he talks about celestial dragons and his ideology, where he's like, celestial dragons are gods and they deserve whatever. We're always going to defend them. They can have whatever they like. In the Reverie, we saw that. But also, he's been indoctrinated into the world government. But he's also just a bad guy. Like we knew that he's bloodthirsty. We knew that, and like it goes perfectly with his devil fruit as well. Um, I think it was a great, it was a great moment with Luffy. His fight with Luffy was incredible. Um, Personally, I can't put him over Croc. I can't do him over Usopp. I don't know where he ranks, to be honest, but I like Luigi. I'm just not like a huge fan of him. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, and then okay, Barto. I love Barto. Very hilarious character. He's just a crazy guy, man. Like, and who doesn't want to see the fact that he like forces Wade to have like a fleet with Luffy is like, I love Barto. Um, where should we rank him? Is the question, right? I would say maybe above Kaku. Um, I think yeah, I would say above Beige as well. Above Kid, I would put him above Kid personally. So I think he goes right there. Then we got Tama. I feel like Tama is also an underrated character. Um, The thing with Tama is like she just her existence mattered so much to making Wano complete, because without the emotional investment into Wano as a whole, as a land, into the peoples of Wano and their story, and like Oda used her as the way to show us everything. He used her as like the character to show us the pain and the suffering, and really get us emotionally tied to Wano. So like when the payoff was there, when we finally got to the end of Wano, and it's like, all right, now everything feels more complete. When Luffy's fighting Kaido, you really genuinely want him to defeat Kaido. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a Skypiea situation where it's like you don't really care. Like, to me, Aisa is a much just watered down, worse version of Tama. Like, Tama, you actually genuinely like her character, and you also care about her a lot more. I'm not joking. I'll say I put this stream on like 4 hours ago, and I had a bad concert and left the stream run. And I left the stream running. I was genuinely surprised when I saw this stream was still playing. Appreciate it, bro. You know, appreciate you tuning in and supporting. All right, so let's just do Luffy, man. We'll save Luffy for the very end. But I want to do Wanzi. Like Wanzi, I think it's another one. I think I said with Sogi King is like one of the most funny moments in One Piece. But Wanzi, I think, is another one of the most hilarious moments in One Piece. Like, bro, I can't tell you how funny it was for me personally seeing him fight Sanji. It was just so goofy, man. I was legitimately like cracking up watching this stuff. I think just for that, he deserves it, bro. Like this dude. If he came back, I would be hyped. I might be the only person in One Piece fan in the fandom that loves Wanzi, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just just a classic One Piece funny character. We could do Chopper next. So Chopper, another one of the Straw Hat characters that I feel like personally is not all that great. I love Chopper's dream. I feel like he's very cute. He's very innocent. It's a very fun character, right? The whole cotton candy kind of thing going on, like his color scheme and the fact that he loves cotton candy is it's just like fun, cute little like every anime needs one of these characters. Like in but I'll give an example, right? Like for me personally, in Fairy Tail, I'm not a big fan of Fairy Tail, but Happy from Fairy Tail, the flying cat, I think is legitimately like one of my favorite characters in that series. I don't think Chopper comes even close to Happy, but Chopper's still great. Like, he's still a great character, and he still has funny moments. You know, he's just like an innocent, naive little child. He's like he's like a kid, man. Like, it's like actually having like a kid on the crew that's like a super genius when it comes to doctors and stuff. He's just so gullible, so funny. And I you know, the thing with Chopper is like, after I loved the Monster Point review. Like, that was so cool. Or just like the whole like big, like when he's like climbing the tower of Venus Lobby and like, but I feel like after the post time skip they ruined it. They just completely ruined it. It's like there's no reason for it to be all happy and like joyful looking. It's just like, I can't take it serious. It was cool seeing this fun little kid turn into this giant monstrous Hulk uncontrollable being. Like, that was cool. I feel like they kind of ruined that, but I still like Chopper, right? Like, he's still better than Usopp. He's still better than, I would say he's better than Vivi. He's better than Kid. He's better than a lot of characters, right? Like, he's better than Barto. Like, he's better than a lot of characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's just not like, I don't know, man. He's not an amazing character. Oh, so we're gonna do Nolan, right? Like, they wanted to see Nolan. So Nolan, I'll put above Chopper finale. He was just like Nolan was just so dope, bro. Like he was just like a actually, he might be even higher. Um, I really do think his design is just so funny too, and like, but the fact that he was traveling around, his whole thing with Calgar was really a dope moment. The fact that he like we see Calgar about to sacrifice his own daughter, and Nolan saves her. Like, bro, that was like some insane stuff from Oda to throw into this manga, man. Like that was some like pretty like mature, like not even it wasn't even really discussed. It just like kind of happens and then like, but I love Nolan's character too. Like the way he went out, it was like the government did him dirty, man. But he was definitely a highlight of Skypiea. Like I didn't like Skypiea, but once we finally saw Nolan's flashback, I feel like almost if they put Nolan's flashback way earlier, like if they put it early into the arc, right? Skypiea would have been so much better because then now you're more invested into a lot of things. Now you're more invested into Wiper. You're more invested into like Nolan's whole storyline of like so many different aspects of Skypiea. Um, Finding the city of gold as well. Like just so much comes from Nolan's flashback that's necessary for the Skypiea story to work. And so I just kind of wish they put it earlier, but I would put him above. I would put him above. Uh, I would say he's behind Chopper, to be honest. I love Nolan, but he's just like I can't put him too high. Um, okay, Bellamy, yeah, this is the guy I was saying. I just despise Bellamy, bro. Like I just find him so annoying, such a lame character. Now, I do understand, like, he's a necessary character for the story, like, because there are real people like this in the world, right? They just shit on your dreams, they don't believe in anything, they're not very optimistic, they're very negative, they're cowards, they're very pathetic. So it's good to have that and see it and showcase it in One Piece because then you can see the contrast to Luffy, right? And it is important to have. But does that he's okay? I'll say he's a necessary character. He's an important character, but I don't think he's a good character. I don't think he's a character that I even like really. You know what I'm saying? Like the worst part is that like he went back to Doflamingo and like okay, the one redeeming quality for Bellamy is that he went to Skypiea. That was cool. To find that out was cool. But then like when he came back and like the idea of Bellamy pulling him like using him as strings and then he still didn't want to fight and like he's like, oh yeah, like Bellamy, he's not even control or Dolphy's not even controlling me. I'm just gonna fight you, cause I'm part of the Dolphy crew. And I'm like, bro, like what are you talking about, bro? Like it was just the stuff with Luffy and Bellamy was really weird, and like the fact that Luffy calls Bellamy a friend, it's like that's super cringy, bro. Like Bellamy is not your friend. He's like you know him, but he's just not your friend. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of Bellamy returning. I feel like they wasted the puppetry strings on Bellamy when they could have used it on like Sanji or someone cool to make Luffy fight his own crewmates and stuff. That would have been really cool. But I feel like it was really wasted on Bellamy. I feel like there's more than 75 characters on the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you know, so we'll have to take out a few. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'll even it out to 10. That's what we'll do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I think we got like one more, maybe two characters left. OT. Where does OT rank? I actually do like OT. My only problem with OT is I did find her a bit annoying. Um, Especially at first when she's like, especially with her dynamic with page one. I found that really annoying. But besides that, like she was a really energetic character, really interesting. Like she has a very powerful presence and will. And she was just a fun character, aside from like her being a little bit annoying at times. But I would say she's probably above. I don't know. I don't know if she makes the list. I know a lot of people love OT, but yeah, she might not make it. So we'll just leave it at that, and then let's see. I think we have to do Luffy, man. I think that might be the final character we rank. If I forgot anyone, just let me know. But so where does Luffy rank? Is the real question, right? I think Luffy for me is either two or three, but I want to say two. And the thing is, Whitebeard used to be my favorite character in One Piece. But I think just more and more I thought about Gear 5 and like what Luffy's character represents as Joy Boy. I think his character has moved up for me. Um, you know, Luffy is just, he embodies One Piece, right? Like he's fun, he's adventurous, he believes in himself, he believes in his friends. He just brings a vibe that's like so pure. When I read One Piece, it genuinely puts a smile on my face, especially when Luffy's on screen. Um, it's just like it's like a true escape to just enjoy his character. Um, Gear 5 signifies it even more. Like Gear 5 to me took Luffy to the next level because now he's a symbol and now his character means something even more. Like Luffy isn't even I don't really understand, like to me he's not written even as a character in the sense that he's written as a symbol for the world. And that's why I think Wano was Luffy's best arc, because when Luffy becomes Joy Boy or confirms it and like he becomes Gear 5, it's like it's signifying that Luffy is a symbol of freedom for everyone. And in the story with piracy and in the story where Luffy believes in freedom so much, it's very powerful. Um, I don't know, man. Like it's just, and I will say this about Luffy. Um, I always loved Luffy. He was always like a top five character for me. But I feel like I read the manga first, and once I went in and watched the anime, I feel like the voice actor, the animation, but especially the voice actor, I feel like it gave it so much more personality. And I think we got to give a lot of credit to it because the English dub is just downright horrible, man, for Luffy especially. Like his voice just pisses me off, and like it sounds so weird too, like because Luffy's such a hard character to nail, I feel like, because it's such a unique charm that it has. And if you get it wrong, it just sounds like stupid and like just kind of annoying. But I don't know, man. I love I just love Luffy. I love everything he stands for. I love how he's just so real with people like Koby. He's so real with certain people. The one thing I would say a criticism I have is like, once again, like why would he be so hard on Koby and be so real with him, but not have that same energy for Usopp? You know what I'm saying? So there's like small nitpicks you could do for Luffy's character. I don't think he's a perfect character, but he's definitely very, very important, very well written, and holds a very special place in my heart, man. Like this is why I said that people overvalue tragedy and sad moments in One Piece. Like yeah, tragic backstory is key, and it can be very key to a character and very sad. And but Luffy, like Luffy was already an amazing character even before the tragedy. Even with, if you took that away, he would still be an amazing character. Um, if you think about it, like we don't even know Luffy's motivations. We don't even understand why he wants to be the Pirate King, what his real dream is. And the fact that he's still that well written is insane. Like, but it's just because he has the most personality, and Oda knows exactly what Luffy is. You know, and the more we see him grow too, it's like he just becomes better and better. Like Gear 5 is just it was just so fun, man. It's one of the best moments in One Piece. But yeah, that's the list, man. Like, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh man, see, this is the this is what I knew this was gonna happen. All right, so we had let's do this quickly, and then we get we'll get a Rose out of there, and T-Bone. All right, so with the Rose, I'll just take him out of here. We haven't seen anything from him. That was just like I'm a big fan of Rose, but like, to be honest, he hasn't done much, so it's like there's no point of ranking him. I think T-Bone stays at number 1, just out of respect for T-Bone. But let me know what you guys think about the list. What you think about my rankings? It was a really fun stream, and we'll hopefully do something like this again. But it's been a long stream, so I gotta go eat. But yeah, man, we'll see you guys again on OPU on Thursday, and hope you guys check into that. Make sure you like the video, you like the stream. Make sure you share it around. Go ahead and clip it as much as you want. If I had some crazy takes, I know I probably did. But yeah, man, it was a fun stream, and I enjoyed speaking with you guys. You guys voted for Garp over Sanji. All right, that's good because we got Garp over him, so we'll keep it like that. But yeah, everybody take care, man.